Councilors, if you could take your seats, please. Good evening. Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the June 18th, 2015 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council. Please note that tonight's meeting is recorded and broadcast on Channel 18, and that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make your presence known. Thank you. I'd also request that you silence all your devices. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilors: Kennedy,
Here.
Chirigotis,
Here.
Crocker James,
Here.
Crocker William,
Here.
Cullum,
Here.
Cushing, here, Dagwan,
Here.
Rapp Rossetti,
Present.
Hebert,
Present.
Norman, here, Steinhilber,
Here.
Tinsley, here, Wallace,
Here.
13.
Thank you. If you could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, we have public comment at this time, and since we have an extremely full agenda, I'd like to have you adhere to the under 3-minute rule. Please sign in, state your name. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors, public. Patrick Page, 1780 Main Street. I'll start this right off good and sweet. I'm angry as hell, and I got a right to be. Last town council, I got blocked from coming in here. I got bad PTSD. And this government's done it to me. I've asked for 10 years to investigate some of the people that's in this room right now, the Conservation Commission. I've got poison in my water.
Mr. Page, if you could just tone it down, please. We can hear you through your microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Like I said, I've been kept out of here for years. I got PTSD, and it's a real deal. I got psychosis setting in. I'm actually quite crazy almost. I don't mind telling the truth, because I'm going to tell the truth, because I'm going to die. You people don't get it. What some of these lawyers on your place I'm sorry. I want you people to know, my name's Patrick Page. I live at 1780 Main Street. And all the times I've come up here under the other guy over there, the lawyer, town council president, any response to public comments, seeing none, we can move on. I'm years behind. I'm stuck in the past, and somebody better help. Now, I got a lot of things to say. For example, the college, the YMCA, the affordable housing, all that acreage up there is coming down the hill. You did a particle study, goes out to Brickyard Creek. It's a sewer. Guess what? And then you did a land taking, 21 Buttonwood Lane. I tried to move a house. I begged, I groveled. I got too much to say for a lousy 3 minutes. You put me in jail now this time because you provoked me through the chief of police who stood in the backyard 3-4 years ago, saw the gray water. I'm talking serious violations. And you know what I say? You, the town attorney, have done it knowingly. You don't know how fucking crazy I feel.
That's it, Mr. Page. You're out of order.
I'm out. I got PTSD.
You are out of order.
You don't want to talk to me.
You will not use
you
that
never
language.
come and talk to me. Somebody needs to talk to me.
That language in this council.
Let's go, everybody.
Anyone else care to speak? I apologize for that. Step right up.
Hi, we're the Masellis. I'm Jane Maselli, and this is... Okay, we're the Masellis.
There you go.
I'm Jane Maselli, and this is Robert Maselli.
Good evening, and we're thrilled and pleased to be here tonight to let you know that we've been working with Jackie Barton of the Barnstable Land Trust and Mr. Mark Robinson of the Cape Cod Compact, and they've been assisting us and helping us to preserve our land in the Katuitt well field. And we're just very excited that we're able to do this and that we can provide this conservation land and preserve this land for our town. And we just wanted to thank the council for considering our offer. And again, you guys do a great job. We love stopping by, but we can't stay. We have 4 other meetings to go to tonight. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good day, councilors and members of the public. I'd like to speak on item 2015-149A. I will be brief and direct. You have a copy of this letter yourselves. I'd like to talk and have you understand my support and my request to you for the reappointment of Scott Blazes to the Conservation Commission. As you know, Scott has served our community for over a decade on Concom, and he furthers his community involvement as a teacher of science at the Barnstable High School, both as a biology teacher and as an instructor of advanced placement environmental science. Please consider the unique value that Scott brings to our commission. You must certainly be aware of his passion for the environment, and this is likely founded on his lifelong involvement with the resources of our town of Barnstable, and probably also based on his scientific understanding of the interconnectedness of our aquatic systems and the land management development in close proximity to these systems. Scott has a solid and firm knowledge of many of the fields of science pertaining to the environmental stewardship, and he shares this with us on Concom. Additionally, Scott remembers, and this is, I think, a very unique characteristic for us in Concom, remembers what the Barnstable marshes and waters were like 40 years ago. It's this perspective of great value to our commission and the whole community as we all try to retain the character of Cape Cod that drew many of us, I consider myself a newcomer, to these shores. While we on Concom do not always agree on every issue or project before us, the value of different perspectives is beneficial. I feel the public can better understand the difficult decisions that we must make living here on the Cape. Finally, I believe that Concom's back and forth discussions result in better decisions by our commission. I find Scott's passion, his knowledge, and his ideals a true benefit to the overall functioning of our commission. And I hope that you can see this benefit as well. If you would like any further personal input on my part, please feel free to contact me. And I thank you very much for listening. I forgot to identify myself. Yes, I'm Pete Sampu from West Barnstable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service as well.
Good evening, town councilors and the public. My name is Larry Moore, and I'm a member of the Conservation Commission as well and have been for 10 years. I too am here under agenda item 2015-149A in support of Scott Blazes' reappointment. I also especially welcome the fact that this matter was bifurcated from the other large pool of reappointments for commissions and committees, because had that not been the case, we wouldn't have the chance to extol Scott's contributions and his virtues. Scott, probably more than anybody else in this process for me, has taught me more and enabled me to learn more about the government, the environment, and even the legal aspects of that in working on Conservation Commission matters. He brings his historical knowledge. Pete Sampu has articulated many of the things. I feel like I'm repeating it. We did not rehearse this together, by the way, but his environmental familiarity with the area, his commission policy and precedent, and more importantly, perhaps Scott knows when to follow precedent and when to differentiate it and distinguish it and strive for new and better precedent. He brings a scientific background and experience that I have no way of handling. I have no scientific ability, but Scott and Pete both bring that to the commission. He also is consistent and respectful and fair-minded in his deliberations. And as Pete Sampu indicated, of course we have disagreements, but when we have disagreements, we address them professionally and courteously and get them resolved. He brings balance to the commission. One of the things that he does, he's an advocate for the public interests, and he differentiates that from private property rights and their interests, and it's a very difficult blade to sit upon for most of the time. Differing opinions make up all of our lives, unfortunately, but it's how we handle them that enables us to proceed effectively. Scott's been willing to recognize those differences. He applies his passion, but what his value to the commission is, in my opinion, is that it's not based on how often he comes or how much he says. It's based upon what he's contributed to the analysis and decision-making process of the commission that best defines his value. I, too, encourage that you reappoint Scott, and as Pete offered, if any of you have further questions or commentary you'd like from me, I'm more than honored to be able to present it to you. Thank you very much for considering my thoughts. I have turned in my written materials, which I believe are in all of your packets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. Anyone else?
Casey Danhauser, Katuitt. I'm here tonight in support of the Maselli conservation restriction. As an environmentalist, I support this through the habitat that it provides for both upland and wetland creatures. This land is part of the biomap core habitat and critical natural landscape. As a Katuitt resident, I support this due to its proximity to the drinking water wells. This land is in the zone of contribution to wells 1, 2, and 4. I did a report back in December for the town's Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee that targeted parcels for protection in order to prevent future degradation of our water supply in Katuitt. And this was actually one of those parcels, so it's great to have this opportunity so quickly. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Chris Clark from West Barnstable. I chair the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee. I'm here to support the 3 conservation restrictions as proposed, noting that Mr. Walter is the new owner and our letter refers to the prior owner, Mr. LeBlanc. The Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee recognizes the value of preserving land through conservation restrictions. They are a bargain for the town, preserving open space without the expense of an outright purchase. These 3 proposals fit our criteria for preservation, and our committee evaluated and voted to recommend these 3 conservation restrictions. I'd like to emphasize my support for the conservation restriction to the Barnstable Land Trust for the gift of land by Norman Hayes to the Native Land Conservancy. I serve as a volunteer advisor to the Native Land Conservancy and support their work, which brings a special sensitivity to land preservation and protection of our natural resources. I applaud Mr. Hayes for his gift, and I'm proud that a parcel in Barnstable will be NLC's first acquisition, joining other land trusts on the Cape preserving open space forever. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, Ms. Clark.
Hillary Sandler of West Barnstable, good evening. I would like to urge and encourage the town council this evening to use the $295,000 of CPC money or Community Preservation Committee money for the purchase of a 14-acre stretch of barrier beach located at the Sandy Neck in our town. This is exactly the kind of land purchase that these funds have been generated to be used for. CPC funds can be used for several different issues, and these include open space and historic preservation. Sandy Neck is on the National Register of Historic Places and is an area of critical environmental concern. I think all of us would agree that Sandy Neck is really a remarkably beautiful place, and it's really what many of us think of when we think about Cape Cod and the town of Barnstable. This parcel must be protected by a conservation restriction into perpetuity. A municipal designation would enable consideration of building wind turbines, solar arrays, or other types of green structures. While I believe most of us would consider these to be very good activities in and among themselves, this is really the wrong location and would compromise and devalue this unique and critical piece of land. The importance of contiguous habitat cannot be overstated, and it supports vital flora and fauna, and it also really helps support us and future generations. We should not leave even the tiniest crack in the doorway. Given enough resources, time, and determination, any protected land can be vulnerable to development. Right now, we're really in the best position to prevent that from happening. If we don't buy this property with a conservation restriction, we may actually find ourselves expending time and important financial resources defending ourselves against potential development or permitting requests. And I'm sure many of us are familiar with this quote from Moses Cass: "We've not inherited this earth from our parents to do with it what we will. We've borrowed it from our children, and we must be careful to use it in their interests as well as our own." And the town of Barnstable is already incredibly proactive on this issue and has a strategic plan goal to protect and preserve areas of wildlife. We really have a great opportunity here to protect for generations to come one of the largest barrier beaches that remain in the North Atlantic coast system. So I encourage you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Scott Blazes, Conservation Commissioner. I have no prepared remarks and didn't expect to come up before you tonight to speak. But after my fellow commissioners said such heartwarming things about me, I felt that I had to say something. It's been a pleasure serving with such a professional group of fellow commissioners for 15 years. I can't believe I'm saying that, 15 years. It's a very, very long time. I don't know how much longer, given my health issues, that I could continue to do this. But I'm here to seek your blessing to give me another shot for as long as I can continue to be productive. And I feel that there's a lot of things left that I need to accomplish for the benefit of my town that are in progress that I won't go into. You have a letter describing materially what those things are. But I wanted to tell you an anecdote, very short, about why I joined this board. I was gone from Cape Cod for a life in Western Massachusetts, teaching in Holyoke and going to school at UMass, and lost touch with Cape Cod for a long time. An opportunity came for me to come back and teach for Terry Russell, who was my old social studies teacher, and I couldn't say no. So I relocated back to Patriots Way and bought a house on a street with my brother, and he died that year, but it was a wonderful move. I went from shell fishing spot to shell fishing spot in an attempt to reconnect with the old places that I used to shellfish: soft shell clams, razor clams, quahogs. I remember Taisto Ranta checking my baskets for shorts. And I went from place to place, and I encountered closed. And since that time, the town's made a lot of progress, and I really appreciate that. Tom Marcotti's my personal hero. But coming off of Long Beach, that first summer that I was back, I was with my father. Some of you may know Gary Blazes. My daughter Allison, a few friends were carrying long chairs to the cross-street parking lot, and it was a beautiful day. And I'm watching my 5-year-old daughter run up ahead. I'm sure all of you have had similar sorts of experiences. And she's playing in a puddle. And I'm saying, how wonderful. I played in puddles when I was a kid. I figured it was a lawn sprinkler that somehow had overflowed and accumulated onto the tar. And the closer I came, I found out that it wasn't, that it was an overflowing septic system.
If
Well,
you could just wrap it up.
I will
Mr.
wrap it
Booth.
up. When I hustled my daughter home to take a quick shower, I called Roy Richardson, and Roy Richardson offered to find a place for me somewhere to try to help and to try to bring the town to a place that I remembered. And that's why I remain on the commission today. One more, please, if you could accept one more commitment. I know that the commission has challenges before it, and we've had a long stretch of very, very difficult decisions to make, and it was a strong-willed group of very, very qualified individuals. It's my sincere intention, should you see fit to reappoint me, to make sure that collegiality, friendships, professional working relationships are restored in a way that I think this town deserves and expects and should insist for all of its boards and commissions and councils. Thank you very much for giving me extra time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blazes. Anyone else care to speak?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. My name is Ramona Peters. I live at 320 Great Neck Road North in Mashpee. I'm here personally to introduce myself and a couple of members of our Native Land Conservancy. I'm the founder. Our organization is new, but we have joined forces and become allies and working relationships with all the land trusts on Cape Cod. We appreciate each town for its efforts to preserve and protect precious lands that are feeding and nurturing our people, our children. And we're especially grateful for the gift that Mr. Norman Hayes has offered to us, a small, beautiful pine grove, white pine grove over in Barnstable, near the Highway 132. We've been in there and we feel the antiquity of not only the trees, but his family, as he told us, his legacy, and a Yankee from way back, joining hands with Native nations. I would introduce to you, standing in the doorway, is our chairman, Errol Hicks, and Pam Ellis, who's the Nipmuc. Our organization is composed, is run by, the board is Native people from different tribes, but the membership is open to all people. In fact, all the Native land trusts on the Cape have joined us, so we have actually well over 100 members. So I just wanted to introduce to you ourselves, so that when you think about allowing us to be a part of the Barnstable preservation team, that you'll have a face to place with that name. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vanessa Toby Mendes. I'm a Mashpee resident. I grew up in Katuitt and am very proud to be a part of this great community. I'm here to ask for a postponement with the NLC Conservatory due to the fact that the majority of tribal people in Mashpee have no recollection of these things being taken place. All I'm asking is that our tribal community be aware of the good things that can transpire with this organization, but be well informed. I do have some documentation that the tribe has entered into agreement with the Tales of Cape Cod, where I hold a seat as a board of director as the Tales of Cape Cod with the Ayano gravesite property. So I just am asking for a postponement so that all Native communities are well aware of what this nonprofit is seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak? Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment. Council response to public comment. Seeing none, we'll go to town manager communications.
Thank you, Madam President, and through you to the members of the council. I want to, congratulate the Sail Cape Cod nonprofit that the town has been working very closely with on their adaptive sailing program. They dedicated a new vessel that will allow individuals with physical challenges to get out on the waters, and the town has been cooperative in allowing a Hoya lift to be put into on our dockage, and it's going to really open up a whole new world for a lot of our disabled sailors. We have been working on, as you know, the Hyannis water system issues. This council's approved funding to improve the quality of water at the Maha wells. I wanted you to know that I have met with the county executive director of the county administrator, Michael Brillhart, along with staff, and we have begun discussions with them around a variety of issues as it relates to that project. We've been exchanging documentation. We'll be working on a memorandum of agreement that at some point will come back to this council. We've also had very productive conversations with Yarmouth, and we expect that within the next week be able to report some very positive developments with them in terms of a shared water system. We have also been working, as you know, because you appropriated funding for the town building security issues, and we are continuing to look at that. We've met with the police chief and DPW, and at this point in time have actually tasked them to review past documentation we have and to make recommendations that would improve upon our existing cameras and surveillance system that we have, as well as daily patrols that are made in our town buildings. We'll be getting back to you on that. We've had some very, some fun events recently. We had the Veterans Park playground dedication that was well attended, and I thought a gala affair for all, the Loop Beach ramp ribbon cutting, and the contributions that were made by the Disability Commission to make that happen, and village members in Katuitt. We've been attending a variety of village meetings, the Austro Business and Professional Association. Mark and I went along with Councilor James Crocker. We had a very healthy discussion, I thought, of Osterville issues. We're also at the Katuitt Civic Association. Mark Ells was a guest speaker at the Greater Hyannis Civic Association annual meeting, and I was at the Waquaket Lake Protective Association annual meeting on Saturday, along with the chief, who made a presentation, and we discussed safety issues on the lake as well as water quality issues. We all, I think, appreciated, and many of us were able to attend Dr. Mary Kajowski's last day, and the contributions, recognize her for the contributions she made to our school system. Rob Gatewood had a retirement gathering after 29 years of dedicated service in the conservation field to the town of Barnstable. And later, and we have him in the room tonight, I understand that DPW will be singling out Peter Doyle, who is retiring after 36 years of service to our town. Maybe you want to stand right now, Peter, and we'll get some applause over it. Peter? I spoke to the Housing Committee on Tuesday. They had invited me in to talk about various housing initiatives. We discussed their role as advocates for housing in our community and ways they can improve their effectiveness. We looked at ways they could assist with other contacting and outreach to other regional bodies that are out there. And we spent quite a bit of time discussing the capacity, that development capacity that we might be able to increase in our housing agencies like the Housing Authority and others that are out there trying to do housing production. So I'm sure that we will be continuing those discussions. You know, I hope you all get invitations to Lieutenant Governor Karen Polito's Community Compact Cabinet meeting that's going to be taking place next Tuesday from 1 to 2:30 at the DY Regional High School. And then on the 25th is going to be a roundtable discussion by development officials from the Baker administration at the Cape Cod Community College, and that's from 1 to 3. I sent you a couple of documents. One was, as you know, we've been trying to work with the Cape Cod Community College and with the airport on having an airplane technician program developed between the college and using the Barnstable Municipal Airport facilities. There have been holdups with that. I wanted you to see the type of communication that's going out, but I have met with, the college president, with Bud Brialt, and also with Stuart Davenport and those that are involved in the facilities that we hope to use for that. And then there was a fun memo about the events that are going to be coming up throughout Barnstable over the course of the summer. Finally, I just wanted to mention that the Grand Marshal for our Hyannis Parade, the Grand Marshals are going to be Joe and Dolores DeLuce, longtime housing and civil rights advocates here in town. We're very pleased that they accepted our invitation to be honored by being Grand Marshal. So that's all for my report tonight.
Thank you. Any questions for the town manager? Vice President Kennedy.
I just wanted to point out there was also, which I just found out today, a meeting where Karen Polito, Lieutenant Governor, will be at the Sandwich Town Hall on Tuesday the 23rd at 10, and I believe like to 10 to 12:30 or something like that, 11:30.
So I think that's her same series. She's doing an Upper Mid and Lower Cape. So if folks can't attend the one in the Mid Cape, you're more than welcome to go to the Sandwich.
And she's encouraging people to bring specific issues in writing and verbally, so that she's aware of them. And I hope to bring some issues about Sandy Neck and Blish Point, and also the Habitat Conservation Plan, the
Excellent.
funding.
I think that's the exact sort of thing they're looking for, and that's good information to have. Thank you, Councilor.
I have one other comment, and that is, in your discussions with the county on the source of pollution at the Merritt Wells, I hope you can keep me in the loop, as we're talking about my precinct, and
Absolutely.
I have a lot of interest in that particular issue. So
Okay.
thank you.
I would hope the town manager would keep us all in the loop with regard to that item. Yeah. Anyone else? Councilor Jim Crocker.
As the town manager said, he came before the OVPA, Oswald Business and Professional Association, and was kind enough to bring Mark with him and have some real discussions about the accomplishments we've had in Osterville, working with the town hand in hand, and also about what's next. We really do have an issue with our bridge, and he's afforded a lot of professionals to meet with the fire chief and really talk about what we're going to do. We had a 4-hour mishap on Memorial Day with people stranded on both sides, and obviously an emergency vehicle can save a life in a very short period of time, but not in 4 hours. So we have a big issue there that we're still working on, and we all acknowledge that, but I thank him for bringing professionals to the meeting to discuss it. And obviously the Bay School is an ongoing issue for us, and I thank him for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Tom. I'd like to act on the minutes, please.
I've got to find them. Do you have them? Thank you. They're buried. Yes. I move that the minutes of the Town Council meeting of June 4th, 2015 be accepted as read.
Any discussion? All those in favor of acting on the minutes, accepting the minutes of the Town Council meeting of June 4th, 2015 as written? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Communications from elected officials, boards, committees, staff, commission reports, correspondence. Councillor Tinsley.
Oops, thank you. I don't have a cool card to sit up here, but if you've forgotten, and many of you have not, the 21st Annual Father's Day Car Show in Hyannis is this Sunday, the 21st on the 21st. It is one of the very best events you can attend all summer. It's amazingly successful. You can see some beautiful cars, eat some great food, music. There's on the green. There's arts and crafts you can purchase. They expect over 60,000 people to be there. It's 8:30 to 2:30. I highly recommend, if you've got even a half hour to come on down. You might want to park over at the mall and walk, but outside of that, it's really one of the best events I've ever been to. My youngest daughter, I think when she was 13 years ago, brought me for the first time. And I encourage you to come on down. It's free, some nostalgia there, some really cool cars. Even if you're not into cars, you're going to have a great time. So again, that's this Sunday, the 21st, 8:30 to 2:30. Everybody come on down to Hyannis.
Vice President Kennedy.
Okay, I have a couple of issues. I was just advised this evening that the bath house at Millway Beach cannot be open until June 27th, and that is due to the construction that we're very glad is occurring to shore up the Blish Point area, the sand management. But there is a porta potty on site. There are other rest facilities nearby in the harbor, so I know it's an inconvenience, but it's a necessary inconvenience, and everything will be up and running by the 27th. The other thing I wanted to remind residents of and abutters of Mary Dunn Road that there is a meeting at 6 o'clock at Sturgis Library on Tuesday, June 23rd, regarding the expected construction or overlay of that road in the near future. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Dagwan.
Yes, I don't know if anyone's come by the HYCC. If you have in the past few days, the parking lot has been full with ice skaters that are here for a major event that's going on from Thursday to Sunday. We have competition of various skating clubs at the youth level to adult level. And I attended last year, and it was a very exciting event. And I hope that some of you will come out and support those skaters and be surely entertained. It's been an exciting event in the past, and they've been practicing the last few days for this. So I'd like for the community to come out and support the skaters that are here from all over the Cape. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Well, at this time, I'd like to welcome the Martin J. Flynn Scholarship Committee to come on up and present this year's recipients' scholarships.
Thank you, Madam President. The Martin J. Flynn Scholarship is named after Marty Flynn, who was a longtime resident of our town and here in the village of Hyannis, a selectman for many years, served on the Housing Authority, and just had a zest for life, and also, encouraged young people to get involved in various activities in the town. And through the generosity of our residents who have a checkoff system on their property tax bills, we raise money annually, and our committee members are John Marsden, you can wave when I can't call your name, Janice Claggett, Dr. Nancy Vecchione, Deborah Hill, who's not here, and Joyce Pursuti. So I have the privilege of, and we appreciate the work that you do in vetting these. I know that we have 3 times as many, scholarships or applicants as we can give out. So if anyone wants to increase that generosity, we can certainly increase our giving capabilities. But we have 10 students that we'll recognize tonight, 8 of whom are here. And as I call you, if you'll come up and accept your $600 scholarship, and then if you want to all stay up here, I think they'd like a group picture at the end. And I know there are several parents here who I'm sure are very proud of their children and will want to get a good shot. So, incidentally, if you want to take pictures, don't be afraid to come over this side or parents right up in front. There's no formality to this. I'd first like to introduce Olivia Brote from Babson College. Olivia? You're welcome. Dylan Campbell, UMass Amherst. Dylan?
All-around guy, Dylan.
How you doing? Good man. You may recognize Dylan because he was a John F. Kennedy Memorial Trust Scholarship winner and has spoke at that event as well as the Flag Day ceremonies at Old Hyannis East. Ashley Curtis, Salve Regina. Ashley? Congratulations, Ashley. Nicole DeRocha, Virginia Tech. Congratulations, Virginia. Virginia, yeah. Sarah Gianetti and Jacqueline Hanson are not able to be with us tonight. Sarah Iacovelli is going to be going to the University of New Hampshire. Congratulations, Sarah. Emmeline Jankowicz, Cape Cod Community College.
Thank you.
Michael McDonough, St. Leo University. And Haley Milligan from Plymouth State University. Turn my back the other way. I mean, are these great kids or what? How about a round of applause? When I look at each of you, I know our future is safe. So congratulations and best of luck in your academic years ahead. Thank you.
Oh, the places you'll go. Thank you very much for that. Now I'd like to proceed to the orders of the day. I will be taking one item out of order. We will move to item 150. Councillor Steinhilber, if you would read that item, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to open a public hearing, item 2015-150, appropriation and loan order of $785,000 for the purpose of funding the reconstruction of Taxiway Charlie and a portion of Taxiway Delta as written.
Thank you. We have Mr. Bud Brielt.
Leave that alone.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council, and Town Manager Lynch, and I really do appreciate you taking this out of order. With me tonight is our project engineer, Stephen Fletcher from Jacobs Engineering, to answer any technical questions that you may have. This project is to reconstruct Taxiway Charlie and a portion of Taxiway Delta to provide FAA-required minimum clearances between aircraft landing on runway 624, while aircraft are also taxiing on the adjacent Taxiway Charlie. For example, when JetBlue lands on runway 6 or in 24 in their Embraer 190, as they did today, first time this season, welcome them back, we cannot let any aircraft taxi on Taxiway Charlie until the plane has landed, and while JetBlue is taxiing to the terminal on the taxiway, no aircraft can take off on either runway 6 or 24 due to plane-to-plane clearance requirements. This project will correct that problem and keep the airport in compliance with FAA Part 139 certification requirements. You can see Taxiway Charlie. It's a magenta and a green colors on the left picture. And if you can read the other chart, it's on the northeast side. The Town Council approved our CIP request for this project in the amount of $3,800,000 on May 7th. We had opened the bids on April 30th, and unfortunately the apparent low bid was considerably higher than anticipated, which seems to be the trend lately. Rather than cancel all bids and face the potential of higher bids on a subsequent rebid, and due to a shortage in FAA discretionary funds, we would risk losing FAA funding if that were the case. I had asked you that you approve the original request, knowing that I would be back for additional funding in the amount of $785,000 to complete the project. Due to timing, we were unable to amend the CIP request at that time. The primary reasons for the cost increase were that the low bid came in $780,000 over the preliminary engineering cost estimates used in the 2015 CIP project, and with insufficient advance time to allow us to modify the CIP prior to your approval in May. And the preliminary bid estimated numbers did not include the following. The final topographic survey received just prior to bidding revealed added earthwork in order to be FAA compliant with taxiway and runway elevations, as is shown on the graph that's on the screen now. As we had to lower the height of the taxiway a little over 3 feet in certain locations, as shown on the profile view. For example, in order to lower the taxiway as required, we will have to excavate an average of about 3 feet of soil over a length of 1,100 feet at a width of 236 feet, approximately 44,000 tons of fill. This was not anticipated during the initial design and was not an issue last year when we did Taxiway Alpha. We're also going to be using thermoplastic pavement markings that have never been used before at the airport at a considerable increase in cost, but with a projected 8-fold increase in life expectancy. And the use of a recently FAA-approved, it's called a new P608 pavement sealer that should almost double the life of new pavement from the current 20-year lifespan. The accepted low bid is $4,180,396.05, pending your approval tonight. This funding recap shows our 2 prior appropriations in the amount of $4 million and the new revised total project cost of $4,785,000 in our shortfall. This project is eligible for both FAA funding at a 90% reimbursement rate and Mass DOT Aeronautics Division funding assistance at a 5% reimbursable rate. Even with the cost increase, the airport's share of the total project cost of this project is only $266,500. We urge your support of this much-needed safety project, and we consider it to be a reasonable cost to the airport for the project. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item, if not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Councilor, discussion? Councilor Jim Crocker.
On the graph, it doesn't show that it's been approved for any type of combination of FAA and DOT 95 up to 95%.
Oh, on this chart here?
Yes.
Yes, we have that approval. We will know for sure in August when they decide where and how much of their discretionary monies will be made available to us. If we don't get the grant, we're not going to do the project.
Okay. So we are voting tonight subject to the approval at the 95% reimbursement rate.
That's correct.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Any other councilors? I have a motion to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-150, appropriation and loan order of $785,000 for the purpose of funding the reconstruction of Taxiway Charlie and a portion of Taxiway Delta. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call with 2/3 required.
Counselors Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cushing,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapp Rossetti.
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
13. Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we'll move to complete our FY16 operating budget appropriation orders. Counselor Tinsley would read item 158, please, on page 6.
Item number 2015-158, appropriation order of $2,857,738 for the fiscal year 2016 Community Services Department General Fund budget as written.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Due to illness, Mark Ells will be presenting the Community Services budget tonight, and the appropriate staff is here. I'll turn it over to Mark.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Assistant Town Manager. I'll be presenting both the general funded and enterprise funded community service budget this evening. In this case, we're looking at the general funded portion of the budget. The FY16 proposed budget is increasing $112,534, or 4.1%. Personnel costs are increasing $138,584, which includes contractual obligations and the state minimum wage increase requirements. The mandatory minimum wage increase will contribute $113,000 to personnel costs. The Senior Services Outreach and Development Coordinator will move into a full-time position, adding 0.2 FTEs to the department. Operating expenses are decreasing $35,050, which is attributable to a Senior Services Needs Assessment and shooting range expenses being removed, which were included in the FY15 budget. There is also a $1,500 savings in gasoline expenses. These items are offset by $5,250 in operating expenses for software upgrades regarding mobile online registration. Capital outlay is increasing $9,000 as the FY16 proposed budget includes funds for the purchase of replacement vehicles in Marine and Environmental Affairs Division, and the continuation of equipment replacement in the Recreation, Leisure, and Aquatics Division. Tax support for the FY16 budget is increasing $157,527 as revenues from the shooting range permits will not materialize due to the closing. Here with me tonight are various division heads, Dan Horn, and his staff from Marine Environmental Services, Patty Machado from Recreation, Leisure, Aquatics, and Youth, Madeline Noonan from Senior Services, from our golf enterprise, Bruce McIntyre, from our HYCC, Joe Izzo, and from Sandy Neck will be Nina Coleman. Wait a minute. Having technical difficulties here. The request before you this evening for $2,857,738 is comprised of budget funds from Marine and Environmental Affairs for $995,332, Recreation, Leisure, Aquatics, and Youth Division of $1,035,986, and Senior Services Division for $426,420. And you can see both on the handout that I've provided to you all the various programs that fall under each of those divisions. Thanks, Ed. Some of the accomplishments of our community services department: held a commercial shellfish lottery and issued 5 new permits, held 3 clamming classes for kids, which were very well attended, brushed and cleared debris from all town herring runs, purchase and installation of video surveillance cameras in remote areas to improve regulation compliance, online registration programs for our recreation and senior services divisions. Colville Beach staff was awarded the Cape Cod's American Red Cross Heroes Award for water rescue and CPR performed in August of 2013. New dock for sailing program, and special thanks to the DPW and Structures and Grounds for their assistance on that project. A new handicap accessible van. Proceeding with a needs assessment and community forums at our senior center. Some of the goals of Marine and Environmental Affairs: start improvements and repairs of Marston Mills and Long Pond Herring Run fish ladders, continue eelgrass restoration projects, purchase and seed 500,000 scallops in the 3 bays system, and remodel our enclosed trailer with shelves and stands for newly preserved taxidermy birds and animals for our school educational program. In our recreation, leisure, and aquatics, recertification of all lifeguards and Red Cross waterfront lifeguard certification, further improvements to recreation website, a complete interactive playground at Veterans Beach, and obtain funding to develop and implement 7th grade youth summit with our youth commission. Our senior services completed their needs assessment with UMass Boston. Complete expansion of senior center parking lot, install a generator at the senior center to ensure safety of the facility, and actively pursue available grant funding. And again, our appropriation order request is $2,857,738. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. And again, we have the support, in this case, of 3 of our division heads in case there are specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item. If not, I'll have a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Just note that Councillor Cullum is off the dais. Councillor Norman.
Yes, quick question. What have we done as far as looking at, and I think there was a general consensus on the council, that the senior center, the senior day program, where the funding was cut, because of a lack of participation, that we were looking to see somewhere in your budget an ability to maybe, stream, center line that funding so that we're not so, subjected to ups and downs of people where they maybe are out for extended period of time during snowstorms or bad snow events and things like that. What have you done to maybe address that?
We have prepared a draft performer on that as requested. It's still under review at this point by staff. Primarily because of some of the programmatic changes that are needed relevant to that program. We're also looking at whether appropriate fees are charged there, and if we maintain the fees, would we need a subsidy or would we look at increasing fees? So we expect to we have met on it preliminarily, we just haven't gotten through the details associated with it. Now, with your budget vote last meeting of the revolving fund for the senior center, the revolving fund to maintain that program was approved. The existing budget contains the indirect cost support. So really what we need to do at this point, if we are to reinstate this program, because I think we're down to 4 participants at this point, and we really need to sit down and look at what the program would entail, if it is to be different than what currently is occurring at that facility, what the fee structure would be. Is it to be modified, or would we be looking to subsidize it from some other location, so that with an approval of this budget, basically we would still have the same ability that we had last fiscal year. We just need to relook at this program. We've seen a decrease in the number of participants within the program, which triggered the concern relevant to the financial viability of it. So we're willing to sit down and continue working on this, and if we need to reinstate it, we would, or we can also eliminate the program. On the revolving fund side, the revenues would not be generated then, and therefore the budget would not be established. So that's where we're at on. We're expecting to. We met as recent as today on it. We expect to continue to meet so that we can come back to you with a more concrete set of alternatives to look at relevant to this program.
Great, because I think, just speaking for me personally, but I felt there was a general consensus with a lot of the councilors that even if we had to make it something where we would have to contribute into it, I think it's pennies on the dollar for families in this town that are dealing with, an elder family member that has to, provide, even if it's just a few hours of break for their, primary caregivers. So, that's something. Don't hesitate to come to us and say, we're looking to find a baseline funding for this, irregardless of fees and things, to maintain it, so that if you drop down to 2, everyone's going to get panicked and think this is going away because it's not being funded by participants. We want to let you know that it's something we maybe feel strongly, and I'll again speak for myself. I can't speak for the rest of the council, but I think there's enough up here to say, this is something I think we feel strongly about, and we've heard from our constituents that if we let the public know that there is a baseline funding to this, and it's not going away, whether it goes down to 1 or up to 7, and that we will work, in that budget. I think there's a general consensus on the council that we would like to see that happen that way.
Thank you.
Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark, just to follow up on Councilor Norman's comment, I think the numbers are going to keep going down because the sense right now is that it's a program that's dying. And so if we don't make a commitment to say that we recognize how many seniors we have in our town, how many families desperately need this within our capacity, I think that in some ways, some of the individuals we were caring for were beyond our capacity, and therefore we would have had to really up the level of care. So if we decide on what level of care we can care for, then I think we should let the town citizenry know that we are committed to it. I'm going to agree with Councilor Norman that many of us feel very, very strongly. Our constituents are begging for us to give them some positive hope, and our inability to do that has caused a sense of it's a losing battle. We have to find some alternatives, of which there are precious few.
And the points that you've brought up are the exact discussion that we're having, and the the parameters of the program to make sure that we are safely and appropriately able to provide care. And to the exact group of users of that particular service. So that's the discussion we're having, and then putting it in the context of financial staffing, and that's what we expect to come back to you in the very near future.
Yeah. If I can add to that, we want to be sure that if we implement the new fee structure, that we're going to have the clientele that's going to come in. It was mentioned that we do it on a pay-as-you-come basis. It might be more of you get a slot, and if you show up a notch, you pay. We want to make sure that the constituency that's been using it wants to continue under, if that were the system we developed. And if it becomes underwriting this to the tune of, subsidizing this to the tune of $100,000 or whatever, we're going to have to go into our general, reserves to do that. And then when we plan for the budget in FY17, naturally would have to build that subsidy into the budget, and then right now the budget's balanced. We're in the black, but we always operate on a very close margin, as you know, in terms of new programs. And this is a program that we're hearing is consensus from the council, and we're willing to fund it, but we'll probably have to bring a separate appropriation to do that.
Vice President Kennedy.
One of the things we talked about when we were discussing this, and I'm another one that feels strongly that we should try to continue this program, is that one of the difficulties is this pay-as-you-go policy. And just like when when you're a young mother and have daycare, you pay for the service. You pay whether your child is sick, whether you're going away or whatever. You're paying for the entire semester or whatever. And it was explained that the demographics are a little different because they're senior citizens, but I still believe if you institute that kind of a fee system, you'll be able to plan a lot better as to what your budget's going to be, and you won't have to rely on this, different up and down, whether or not there's a snowstorm, whether or not someone gets ill. You can make it short terms, like 3 or 4 months or whatever. But that's I think that would work better than a pay as you go.
I think it's important that we understand that issue as I've learned about this being involved recently, specifically with it. I think that though comparable, the child care scenario versus the elder care scenario is a different one. And so we just need to look at it carefully to make sure that if we're going to develop a program and an associated fee structure, that it is appropriate for what we're doing. I think there are some differences relevant to that. So we got to make sure that if we're going to come forward with a program and some of the revenues are going to come from fees, that they are appropriate and that people will want to use that service.
Just as a follow-up, you might check with the people that have used it to see if that type of fee system would have
Yes.
be
We look both
satisfactory.
within ourselves and then across the state when we do that, because there are similar programs out
Yep,
there.
we
so.
can think outside the box, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. With respect to the Marine and Environmental Affairs budget, we're spending money on the eelgrass, restoration project, and also on the 500,000 seeds of scallops in the 3-bay system. How do you actually measure the success of these initiatives? I mean, what's the vehicle we say, well, this is working well and we're spending our money nicely and we can justify it? Because I see us, spending, a difficult time with our budget for our seniors, and I just wanted to know if this was something that how we would look at this. Could you explain that to me, please?
I think we have Mr. Calwood that wants to respond to that.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Doug.
Speaking on those two issues, we have a natural resource officer who has a lot of experience from down in Virginia in getting eelgrass to grow in various areas. And this is the third year he's tried this. He tried seed, he tried the regular sized plants. And we dive on it all the time to see. In fact, he was there 2 days ago to see if how the eelgrass was doing. And every year we try a different area, different substrate, different tidal conditions and water temperature to see if we can get it to materialize. Because he's had decent luck in Virginia doing that. And the scallops, we grow a lot of oysters and quahogs and soft shells a lot of times. And we just wanted to diversify and try sort of a pilot project. The scallops, last year we got 500,000 scallops, all seed. We put them in Papaneset and Hyannis and Katuit. And actually they dove on them yesterday. And there's at least 50% that are surviving and they're good size. So we just want to see if they will regenerate or it's more of a put and take situation. But we keep a close eye on it to monitor and see if we're going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jim Crocker.
Thank you. And I know Councilor Wallace was trying to tie where we're spending money for different resources and bring it back to spending on the elderly. So I'm going to chime in just like all my fellows have. I'm committed to this program. If not us, who is really the question for me. If we can't make business sense of it when we own the building, what business is going to rush down here and provide services for these people? If we lose this, we lose a piece of our soul about serving the elderly services. So we're not going to let go of this, so let's figure out something that works, please.
We've heard the council on this.
Thank you.
Councillor Cullum.
Yeah, I wonder, Councillor Hebert spoke to the declining enrollment, and then, of course, we announced a few meetings ago that we were doing away with the program, which accounts for more of the declining enrollment. But all we ever hear is that there's an aging population on Cape, so I got to think that we're not we're not going to the right people to ask if they need help. So when we look to sustain a program with 4 members, I think we should look much bigger than that and set our sights a little higher than that. And obviously, I agree with Jimmy. Although he's a little closer to the senior center than I am, but I had to do it. I had to do it. I've been thinking about it, but I think it's a really very important thing, obviously. So thank
So
you.
you think this is a conflict of interest for Councilor Crocker? Is that what you're saying?
Councilor
Yeah,
Chair
maybe, but I
Gardner.
agree with
Since
it.
he's so close to being there?
Thank you,
You know-
Thank you, Madam President. Oh, were you still speaking?
No.
Okay. Just on a little different measure, but while we're talking about things that require funding, I'd like to mention Patty Machado and thank, and the staff at Colville's Beach winning the award, Cape Cod American Red Cross Heroes Award for a water rescue. That was outstanding. They have outstanding lifeguards in Barnstable. Truly. And what I'm talking about is the conditions at Colville under which they work, on Colville's Beach and Craigville Beach, just atrocious conditions, what they call a bathhouse. We really need to step up our presentation to the public and how we care for those people who are working out there every day. I see the assistant town manager shaking his head. I think it's very dear to his heart, people who are there every day working in those conditions, and we need to do something about it.
Any other councilors? We have a motion to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2015-158, appropriation order of $2,857,738 for the fiscal year 2016 Community Services Department General Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Counselor Chirigotis,
Yes.
Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cushing,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Raffersetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley. Yes. Wallace.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
13 yes, it passes.
Thank you. Councilor Chirigotis, if you'd read item 159, please.
Thank you, Madam President. 2015, actually, I'd like to open this to a public hearing. This is a roll call vote. 2015-159 appropriation order for $3,117,308 for the fiscal year 2016 Golf Course Enterprise Fund budget as written.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mark Ells, Assistant Town Manager. There are 4 enterprise funds within the Community Services Department. It is our golf division, our Hyannis Youth and Community Center, our marinas, and Sandy Neck. The first we will be doing is our Golf Course Enterprise Fund. The Golf Course Enterprise Fund budget is increasing $206,249, or 6.8%. Personnel costs are increasing $129,887, which includes all contractual obligations and 1 additional full-time employee to staffing levels for a director of golf maintenance. Operating expenses are increasing $74,770 due to incremental increase in routine operating needs in all categories. Debt service will increase by $36,289 for a new equipment loan issued in FY15. Funding for all of the FY16 proposed operating budget is comprised of $3,117,308 in estimated golf course revenue and $125,598 in tax support. A borrowing authorization for $314,000 will pay for the FY16 capital program. Some of the accomplishments at within our Golf Course Enterprise Fund division. Old Barnstable Fairgrounds was once again voted by golfers from throughout New England as one of the top 25 places to play golf. Increased the golf outing business at the Hyannis Golf Course from 15 large 70 or more golfer outings to 23 from 2013 to 2014. Filled the vacant position of golf financial supervisor for the golf course division. The vacancy was created when Lisa Peterson retired. Lisa, who held the position since the opening in 1992, is the first person to retire in the golf course division history. So Thank you, Lisa. Filled the vacant director of golf maintenance position with Chris White, former assistant of the Old Barnstable Fairground superintendent. Increased the number of classes offered and included new age groups within the First Tee program. This is a great program within our community for our youth to be introduced to golf. Hyannis First Tee program is one of the fastest growing in the nation, and that's true. You can see that they were, I think, about less than a decade ago looking for children, and now every class is filled up and there are waiting lists to try to get into these programs. Continue 30 to 50% reduction of applied nitrogen at both golf courses. Secure funding for renovations of the Hyannis Golf Course. Continue to enhance our website with addition of golf outing offerings. Continue to edge, reshape, and replenish sand in bunkers at both courses. Again, the request this year is for $3,117,308. Thank you. I have the golf staff here. Bruce McIntyre is with us to answer any specific questions you may have.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That's unanimous. Councilor discussion. James Crocker.
If I could ask Chris White to stand up for one moment, please. I mean, the picture we used, I thought he was hunting yellow jackets. This guy is a damn handsome man, so thank him for me. Congratulations, Chris. We dispelled all those rumors.
It's like he escaped from
Yellow jacket hunter.
Any questions in there? Councilor Dagwan.
Yes, I just wanted to ask about the First Tee. I realized, talking to people from the Rotary Club and whatnot, how many kids were involved and that is growing. It's so full. And I'm wondering, is that paying off to more golfers in the long run?
Mr. McIntyre would like to come up and speak to that.
Great. Thank you, Bruce, for coming up.
Good evening, Madam President, Town Councilors, Bruce McIntyre, Director of Golf Operations. The question was related to the numbers of people participating. A perfect example would be this spring, our after-school program that just concluded. Last year at the same time, it was a new offering for spring and fall programs. We did 60 participants in 2014. This spring we did 160 participants for the after-school program. The payoff on this takes a long time. We're talking about children anywhere from 6 to 12 years old, and the game of golf takes years to learn. It takes a long time to retain people that want to play golf. It is a game for life. You can play it forever, but we need to get kids to the age of roughly 12. If we can get them to play till the age of roughly 12, they're old enough, mature enough, physical enough to be able to get out on the golf course with their set of clubs and successfully walk 9 holes of golf. And that's kind of how we judge that. If we can get them to that age group, they're pretty well hooked. The fact that we have 5 high schools that call Hyannis Golf Course their home, for boys and girls, I think speaks pretty highly of that as well. So we are seeing, and this is 5 good solid years that we've had. We are now starting to see the first participants get to that age group where we're going to see, hopefully in the next year or so, junior golf memberships start to increase as well. So that'll be the real proof as time goes on.
Madam President, just a follow-up question. Are we seeing as many girls coming out for golf as we're seeing young men coming out for golf?
The single biggest area of growth in golf is with girls, and yes, we are. I wouldn't say it's a 50-50 split, but I would say the classes are almost equally divided with boys and girls. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Councilor Chiricotis.
Just to add to that, one of the things we look at in a lot of sports is whether they're a feeder program for our high school sports, and we'll be seeing, we have great golfers right now at the high school level, but we'll be seeing these younger kids moving up, and you know, that pays off dividends when everyone understands that Barnstable's a place for really great golfers. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
Councilor James Crocker, I think you have a question rather than a comment?
Yes, I do,
Yes, go ahead.
Madam President, thank you. Our discussion when we brought in the first tee to Hyannis was about how the grant was granted to us, how we had to open it up to more participants than just the Barnstable players.
Outside of our community.
Yeah, and our council has always asked you to make sure that our Barnstable people aren't left behind either with the program. So could you tell me how you feel about the response of the Barnstable youth and their ability to gain access through the T program?
I would say, Councilor Crocker, that, and this isn't a concrete number, I certainly can produce it for you, that probably 80 to 90% of the participants are from the town of Barnstable.
And you don't believe any Barnstable participants have been denied the access?
None that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
The hardest part is not knowing how many people will register and having enough instructors just like that to handle it, because basically it's about one instructor per 12 students. So, you know, sometimes it get a little tricky, but they're doing very well.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, I've never seen a bad picture of you.
In all fairness to Chris, he had no idea I put that in there. But.
So there was a comment as well as a question. Any other councilor questions? Councilor Tinsley? Is it? No. All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-159, appropriation order of $3,117,308 for the fiscal year 2016 Golf Course Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call.
Councilors Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cushing,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapp Rossetti,
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley. Yes. Wallace,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
That is 13 yes, it passes.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Councilor Dagwan, if you'd read item 160, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This item is up for a public hearing. This is item 2015-160, appropriation order of $2,902,598 to be appropriated for the purpose of funding the town FY16 Hyannis Youth and Community Center Enterprise Fund budget. And this is up for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you.
Good evening. Mark Ells, Assistant Town Manager. This is for the Youth and Community Center FY16 budget. The FY16 proposed budget is increasing by $13,211 or 0.42%. Personnel costs are increasing $68,905, which include all contractual obligations. There are no increases in staff levels. $44,000 of additional funds is included in seasonal wage increases to meet the state minimum wage requirements and additional seasonal staff. Operating expenses are decreasing $14,788, largely due to utility savings. Debt service is down $67,600, and transfers to the general fund are up $22,242. Funding for this operation is comprised of $1,175,450 in estimated operating revenues, a $1.292 million transfer from the Capital Trust Fund, $592,820 in tax support, and $125,000 in enterprise fund reserves. Some of the accomplishments of our Youth and Community Center in FY15, we partnered with the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce to attract new sporting activities like the U.S. Figure Skating Theater on Ice competition. We were speaking earlier of our visitors this weekend here, and there's over 200 young athletes, 2,000 young athletes actually, participating in this program over the next 4 days. And I heard that there are 4 people who came through our youth program here competing tomorrow. So that's kind of exciting if you can get over there and watch some of the competition. It's not only kids I met some kids from Texas when I was over there this morning, but it's our own kids from our community and from other Cape Cod communities here participating as well. So it's exciting to watch these young people do such a positive thing. It's the home ice to Barnstable, Pope John, and Mashpee High School. We hosted the 2015 Women's Hockey East Championships. We have ongoing high school sports there, open gym and youth program. We're actually having conversations about how we can even expand that further, just because we have such a wonderful facility here, and I love to go in there and see the kids playing basketball or other activities. We also have adult programs there. The walking track, yoga, other activities within the gym, pickleball. So it's great. All ages are using it, and it's one of our goals to get as many people from our community there, as well as visitors for obviously some of the larger sporting events. Maximize the marketing program of the facility's ice and youth center components, identify specific areas of potential growth within the gym and ice, implement additional community service programs to include annual blood, food, and clothing drives. Again, the request this year for FY16 is $2,902,598. The director of the Youth and Community Center, Joe Izzo, is here to answer any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak to this item. If not, I'll have a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Cushing.
Thank you. I have two quick questions. The first is related to health and wellness programs and what sort of programs are currently offered aside from physical activity, but are there nutrition classes? Are there nutritionists that come in and talk to kids and talk to adults about the benefits of eating healthfully and teaching their families how to eat healthfully? I saw, the blood drives and all of that and community involvement, which is great, but I was just curious about broader health and wellness programs.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Joe Izzo, General Manager of the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. Thank you for the question, Sarah. Yes, we have different programs throughout the year. We have different entities approach us wanting to reach out to the community, whether it's hosting a class in the Shepley Room or something in the gymnasium or up on the walking track. So, yeah, we entertain every single offer that we receive. As Mark touched upon, we want to service everyone in the community, not just kids who play hockey or basketball, but really the entire community as a whole.
And a follow-up to that, one of the things that came up, and I don't remember, I think it was this time last year with the senior center and Madeline and her team was, we talk a lot about the HYCC, about youth, but the community is really broader than that, and there's actually a lot more people who are 55 older than there are kids and youth. So I wonder what sort of cross-partnerships or opportunities there may be available to get our seniors more active and how y'all work together.
Yeah, I love Madeline Noonan and her staff over at the Senior Center. They're great to work with. We actually, the Hyannis Youth and Community Center walking track was featured on their Compass magazine recently. For the walking track, we've put together sort of a partner program on a walking program 1 day a week where a group from the Senior Center would come over and walk. So, yeah, it's really important for that facility to be used by everyone. And I think, between the walking track and the pickleball program, which predominantly is used by older folks during the day, for us to utilize the facility, during the day when the kids are at school with our older population is really a win for us.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have, Jess, I'm sorry, one more question. Thank you, I'm sorry if you would indulge me. I think this is a question for the town manager, actually. It's related to the rink concession. And if I could just share an anecdotal story and then ask my question. So about this time last year when I was planning my son's 3rd birthday party, I was very interested in renting the Shepley Room, and then you can also rent the gym, half a gym or the whole gym, which, for an absolutely nominal fee. However, the contractual relationship with the Casual Gourmet is such that you cannot bring outside food into the HYCC, which makes absolutely perfect sense from a business perspective for Ms. Chase and her business, because that's where she's going to make her money. So roughly about 50 people, a slice of pizza, a slice of cake, a juice box, and a hoodsie was going to be over $500. So I politely told them to pound it. And then, then I called Lynn, and not wearing a town councilor hat, but wearing a mom and a taxpaying resident hat, and said, look, I'm priced out of this, and I'm certainly not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. I imagine that my family is also in a similar position as others. Have you gotten feedback? And she had said, at that point, again, about this time last year, yes. We are in discussion for renegotiating the multi-year contract. So that's a long way of getting to where are we in the 3-year contract that's noted here in our book. And I share that as feedback that if we continue a relationship with them or another vendor, that we would keep that in mind. Again, wanting to be respectful of the business, but recognizing that this is here to serve our community. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that at all, Joe?
Well, I can tell you the contract with the Casual Gourmet ends, the current contract as it is ends August 31st of this year.
We're in negotiations with them, and we're very aware of that issue, and we're trying to negotiate around that.
Councilor Steinhilber.
Thank you, Madam President. Just kind of an observation. I was down there today, and it's great. The event's well attended down there today. We've expanded the Little League fields in the back, so there's just a ton of activity there. And just, down the road, thinking about maybe we're going to have to expand some parking opportunities down there. I think tomorrow there's a police detail coming down, but people are parked on the grass and on the landscaping, and we want to obviously use that and get more events and bigger events in because it's great for the local economy, but just kind of food for thought down the road to maybe look at, future planning. And another thing that people bring up a lot with me, and I'm not, approaching the senior center like my colleague, Councilor Crocker, but I am over 40. But a lot of people come up to me and ask about, over 40 basketball leagues and that type of stuff, that segment of the population. Has there been any look into you doing some of that? Because we don't want to embarrass the young kids when we play.
Yeah, we're constantly looking at adult programs, whether it be for men or women. We have a group that runs an adult women's basketball league on Sunday mornings during the basketball season. We've offered men's basketball as well. We just haven't had quite the same reception as the women have. So yeah, we're constantly looking for ways to engage the community. So if you'd like to be the first to start up a hoop team, that'd be great.
I'm something to watch. All right, thank you. So if anyone is talking about that, I didn't say it was good or bad.
Councilor Dagmar.
So if people are interested to approach you about it.
Definitely.
I just wanted to respond to one of our council who asked about nutrition programs being offered in the youth center. I'm over there quite often, and I know the young lady, I can't remember her last name, Jennifer, excuse me, has come in several times and tried to, engage the young kids in there about nutrition. She had all kinds of games and things for them, but it was difficult because they want to play and they don't necessarily want to hear that nutritional kind of information. And but she's consistent and coming back with new ideas and ways to try to rein them in. So there is somebody trying to initiate some besides just the physical activity, but trying to initiate some educational aspects around good nutrition and good choices.
Definitely, yeah, and I think as we deal with any youth program, repetition is key. And Jennifer Long is a registered nurse, and she's approached us on several different ideas of programs that she wants to do, both in the gymnasium, up on the walking track, and in the Shepley room. So I think if we just continue to offer it to the kids and continue to, just like with our own children, just pound it into them over and over again, they'll get something out of it.
Councilor Cullum.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So the Hyannis Youth and Community Center has had kind of like it had kind of a rough beginning. I remember I was a newly elected councilor, and there was a lot of grumping about the amount of money it was costing us. And I think over the last 4 years, it's really stretched and is starting to come into its own and finally hit a stride with the programs that it's offering. And I just have to say, over the last couple of years, I've been working closely with Patty on some programs, and I have to say that it's a big building with a lot of heart. And I'm really, really thankful for all the effort that Patty puts into the programs. And I'm always very concerned about the relevancy of that particular building in the neighborhood in which it's located. And I'm really happy to say that the Achievers program will be run out of the HYCC now, which in my mind, really is a big push in the right direction for representing the community in which it's located. So I'm really happy to see that, and I'm happy to see you guys spreading your wings in different ways, and I'm definitely happy about the concession thing. So thank you. And Patty, thank you very much for all your hard work. You know, Patty's been fantastic with all the planning with the Youth Commission, and she's been there, 150% tirelessly, just gathering data, typing agendas, typing minutes, and, I know I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know, but really, we've got a gem in Patty, so thank you.
Councilor Jim Crocker.
Thank you very much. I share Councilor Cullum's concern that the youth center is always going to be in the red, and we knew that the day we voted on, so nothing new here, and that it's getting into a very stable position. Could you share with us about how you view the ice, which is one of your large fixed costs, of course, creating ice in certain seasons? Because there was the idea that you were keeping the big ice open. There was a time we covered the other ice. And obviously, if you need both ices, you're selling a lot of ice time. So could you give me an idea how you create that decision on your side about 1, 2 rinks, when they close, how long they close, what's suitable for closure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just the simple answer, it's based on demand. For us this year, I've been here 3.5 years as the steward of the HYCC, and this is the first year that we're keeping the ice throughout the summertime. The 3 previous summers we've melted one ice surface, and the reason this year is because of this Theater on Ice event that is here now. So that sort of would stretch our ice till the end of June, and then for youth hockey, we have Barnstable Youth Hockey and New England Junior Hurricanes, who both start up towards the end of August. So this year we were looking at a window of the end of June to the middle of August. So it takes a week to bring it down, a week to bring it up. We'd only have 5 weeks of actual dry floor. But what we're seeing this year, this summer, is the opportunity to add more nighttime activities because we have both rinks. Whereas in years past, we'd say, I'm sorry, our Thursday night's full. We can try to get you in a little earlier, or maybe. And so we would, lose some programs. Now we have the opportunity to, sell both sides, get people in there. So it's at the end of the summer, we'll really be able to compare it to what we did last year, and then compare that to the energy savings.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting to know that it makes sense to keep both of them open. It suggests the program is starting to attract the business we were hoping for, and on a very stable ground.
Yeah,
That's the best news I've ever heard out of this building, and I'm a big supporter. Thank you.
Excuse me, just to follow up on that too, as a performance measure and workload indicator in our budget books, comparing FY13, the total ice time, 5,240 hours that you have available, it looks like you had a bump of 52% of that time on each rink was utilized. Do you expect that, and then it dropped last year, do you expect that to increase this year because of the theater?
Yes,
Is that gonna bump that?
the theater, and then some other activities that we have, some different user groups coming in. The projection that I actually worked on earlier this week, we're looking at about 52% for FY15 is what we're looking at.
Okay.
And that will go till the end of June. And then once we take a look at it from July 1 to next June, I think we're going to see that increase as well, because both ice surfaces going during the summertime. And we have
That's
some new users during the winter as well.
Great, thank you. Vice President Kennedy.
I just want to compliment you on your the marketing of the youth center has improved greatly under your management.
Thank you.
But I just as a teeny tiny suggestion, I have heard from some people that are members and are busy, that when their membership lapses, they don't get a reminder or a renewal notice, and then time goes by and they don't re-up. So I was just wondering if you're working on that.
Sure. Yeah, we are. This year we put it in an initiative where we sent out a mailer to expired folks, which was the first time in several years that we had done that. And we also had one of our seasonal staff follow up with phone calls during the day to do that. So it's definitely something that we recognize internally. We track our membership revenue. So we're trying to take steps. This year we identified it last summer this time and said, we really want to focus on that. And what can we do? And internally we came up with the idea for a mailer and then follow-up phone calls. So
Great. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Any other council questions? May I have a motion to move the question?
So moved.
All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2015-160, appropriation order of $2,902,598 for the fiscal year 2016 Hyannis Youth and Community Center Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call with 2/3 required.
Counselors William Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cushing,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley. Wallace,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis,
Yes.
Crocker James.
Yes.
13 yes, passes.
Thank you. Counselor Will Crocker, if you'd read item 161, please.
Madam Chairman, under old business, open a roll call, 2/3 public hearing. Item number 2015-161, appropriation order for $873,731 for fiscal year 2016 Marine Enterprise Fund budget as written.
Mark?
Good evening again. Mark Ellis, Assistant Town Manager. This is the Marina Enterprise Fund. The FY16 proposed budget is increasing by $189,018. The significant increase is due to the reimbursement to the general fund of $170,000 for the cost of reinstalling the piles in Barnstable Harbor that were damaged in the FY15 winter season. This is included in the transfer outline. Personnel costs are increasing by $19,550 and include funds for the state mandatory minimum wage increase as well as contractual obligations. Source of fundings include a transfer of $24,000 from the Bismore Park Special Revenue Fund and $61,231 from the Capital Trust Fund to cover the operations costs for maintaining the Bismore Park and debt service on the Barnstable Marina bulkhead. The reimbursement of $170,000 to the general fund will be funded from the enterprise fund's reserves, and the capital program of $1,008,000 will be financed with a bond issue. Some of the accomplishments of our Marina Enterprise Fund: added pile connectors hardware and fingers to the main float connector hardware at Barnstable Harbor. Completed the Barnstable Harbor Marina bulkhead repairs, emergency repairs to pilings in Barnstable Harbor Marina, continue to fill vacancies from the established wait list of all town-owned marinas, continue with float replacement program and float improvements at all 4 town-owned marinas, dredging at Gateway Marina, bulkhead at Prince Cove Marina, and survey work at Bismore Park Marina. With me tonight is Harbor Master Dan Horn, and Director of our Marine Enterprise Fund. And again, the appropriation order amount requested in FY16 is $873,731.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak to this item. If not, I'll have a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. And notice Councilor Cullum's off the dais. Councilor, questions? Vice President Kennedy.
Just a compliment. Thank you very much for all the work in Barnstable Harbor. A lot of it Mother Nature caused, and some of it was faulty construction of the bulkhead. So I appreciate all the work you've put into it. Are you all responsible for dredging, or is that a DPW question?
Depends on the question, but go ahead and ask in either DPW or...
We know that we had a comprehensive permitting and dredge plan in the budget last year, and we know that it was almost completed, and I was wondering if it had been completed and if the Barnstable Harbor dredge was anticipated.
Is Dan Santos available?
Yes, he is right there.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, actually, we have just put the RFP out for that and received bids, so we're reviewing those proposals right now to do that comprehensive analysis. So that'll be
Of the
underway over the
analysis.
next several months, yeah.
Do we know, is the Barnstable Harbor dredge in the forecast for 2016?
That's not been determined yet. it's certainly in the mix of what will be looked at, but as far as what years each one will be accomplished is not in there yet.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Councillor Tinsley?
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have all this books and everything here. This is actually just an accounting question on the, when reading through it, the little number 1, these are non-cash assets, blah, blah, blah. It says accounts receivable, and that's the $4,012,000. My question is, in the accounts receivable portion, is that significant, or is that just a very small portion of that number?
That's a very small portion of that number. The majority of that number is capital assets.
Any other councillor questions? I have a motion. Is there a second to move the question? All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2015-161, appropriation order of $873,731 for the FY 2016 Marina Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call with 2/3 required.
Councilors Cullum? Yes. Cushing?
Yes.
Dagwan?
Yes.
Rapp Grissetti?
Yes.
Hebert?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Steinhilber?
Yes.
Tinsley? Yes. Wallace?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Chirigotis?
Yes.
Crocker James?
Yes.
Crocker William?
Yes.
13 yes, it passes.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace, if you'd read the next item, 162, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Old business, open for a public hearing. This is a simple roll call vote. Item number 2015-162, appropriation order of $865,717 for fiscal year 2016, Sandy Neck Park Enterprise Fund budget.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Assistant Town Manager. This is for the Sandy Neck Enterprise Fund budget. The FY16 proposed budget is increasing by $30,522, or 3.65%. Personnel costs are increasing by $36,641 due to contractual obligations and additional funds for the seasonal staff to meet the state-mandated minimum wage increase. Operating expenses are increasing by $17,000 and include additional funds for tools, merchandise for resale, and a Diamondback Turtle Head Start program. Capital outlay of $71,500 includes funds for marsh trail improvements, sand stabilization, and purchasing a replacement vehicle. The general fund's indirect service charge is decreasing by $8,515. $50,000 of surplus will be used to fund the sand stabilization program if needed. Some of the accomplishments in FY15 of our Sandy Neck Enterprise Fund Division: constructed a new walkway and dune overlook adjacent to the Sandy Neck upper parking lot. Placed sand along dune in front of the parking lot, part of a dune nourishment program as a protective measure against winter storm. Created a Sandy Neck blog in order to provide the public with real-time information and interesting stories. Improved public safety by purchasing 4 AEDs for patrol vehicles and boats. Started use of credit cards for Sandy Neck Gatehouse transactions and increased the merchandise offerings to include taxable items. Explore long-term solution to preserve the integrity of the dune in front of the Sandy Neck parking lot. Some short-term goals, and invest in the use of an RIFD login system for off-road vehicles. Long-term, construct a coastal interpretive center that will provide the public as well as school groups with interactive educational materials about Sandy Neck, its cultural history, and ecology, and geology. And again, this is a request for $865,717. Here with me tonight is Nina Coleman, the head of this division. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? If not, I'll have a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That's unanimous. Councillor Cushing.
Yes, I had a question about the sand stabilization, and you referenced it a little bit in your presentation, Mark. I had the pleasure of getting a tour of the Cape Cod National Seashore by the superintendent a few months ago. And I said, what do you guys do when a storm comes through and it knocks down a parking lot or it takes out stairs? And he said, we let nature run its course. And I know and I'm not suggesting that we don't do anything with Sandy Neck parking lot and bathhouse, but we've said time and time again, we're throwing good money after bad, good money after bad. What are we going to be doing differently? What are we going to be doing differently? And we've heard we're looking at it and we're working on it. And I'd really like in the next few months to have a presentation on some of the options that are on the table that are being considered. I think we need to do something. I don't think we should let nature run its course, but I do think we need to be doing something differently. And I know, Nina, you feel the same way. I just wanted to revisit the conversation again, since there's another $50,000 here, and we're talking about future plans. Thank you.
Good evening, Nina.
Thank you for that question. Nina Coleman, Sandy Neck Park Manager. And I agree 100% that we can't continue just giving sand to the sand gods, essentially, restabilizing that area with these continued storms that are coming out of the north. We are actively addressing this issue. We have applied for a CZM grant, a coastal resiliency grant. If that is awarded to us, then we would start looking at an alternative analysis of the different solutions. We're really boxed in on potential solutions because of the sensitivity of the area and all the regulatory constraints that we have upon us. But we are looking for funding, as I said, for an alternative analysis, which would then move into a workshop or a public process so that we could, or the consultant could present those ideas and then engage the public in a solution, and a solution that will work, knowing that we have an ongoing problem there that's not going to go away.
Just one follow-up, please. And do we have a timeline on when the grant is due and when we anticipate hearing back?
The grant has already been submitted. It's a very quick turnaround, and we're looking at the end of July, early August to hear back from that.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We would note that if for some reason the grant doesn't come through, we do intend to proceed with this exact same effort. We were just hoping to secure a grant that we would be eligible for this project.
Councilor Will Crocker.
If someone could explain just exactly when you just kind of glazed over it, what is the RIFD login system as an off-roader? I'd love to know what that is.
That would be, from what I understand, it's one of those like beep, like you have when you go through the supermarket, but it would be on the sticker, the off-road sticker. So it would be a way to digitize our system and better be able to process our vehicles quicker and understand who's out on the beach in a better fashion.
Councilor Wallace.
Thank you. Nina, please. Thank you. With respect to armoring the beach, we had looked at the core bag situation, and we did have an appropriation to do that in front of us at one point, but we decided to retreat from that position. And the reason is that it was still expensive, very expensive. It maybe had a lifespan of 7 years, and we still would have had to have a sand replenishment exercise attached to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that correct? So what we're doing, and that would have been what would have been considered a proactive approach. But since my question is this, I'll get to it. We have seen since February of 2013, I think 5 major nor'easters, and we have spent roughly $260,000 in that 2-year period, and we're only appropriating $50,000 this year. Is there any indication that there's a change in the storm patterns, or we would need less money this year than we have in the previous 2 years?
Well, I can't speak to the storm patterns. I wish I knew, and I don't understand why they keep coming at us out of the north. But what the thinking was there is that our last nourishment project occurred late February of 2015, so all of that material is still intact. And that's $50,000 worth of material. So, so we're going into the winter, this coming up winter, in a lot better shape than we have in the past.
Okay, thank you, Nina.
Councilor Vice President.
Two things. One, I think you should add to your accomplishments your participation in the Regional Beach Coalition's almost 2-year-long discussion with the state and federal officials on habitat conservation plan for all the Cape and beaches. I think that took an awful lot of your time. You had to prepare a lot of documents and documentation, and you I imagine are in the process of doing your own conservation plan proposal, all of which takes time. So I think that's an accomplishment. Secondly, I wanted to ask whether or not biomimicry is something that is being considered, since the dune has been replenished on St. Enoch, and now we have a period of time where if there's hurricanes, there'll be south winds instead of north. So we do have a period of time where we may be able to collect additional sand, and maybe this is a good time to try that method. Has that been considered?
Yeah, we have done that in the past. Unfortunately, these storms come in and take it all away. In terms of so for people who don't understand what that is, it's a very cheap way of doing some sand collection. It's basically little stakes or shims that you put in the dune, and it slows the wind down and the sand percolates out. And so there is some positive potential dune building from that. It's not the most appropriate place because it's a north-facing beach, but we've had those up in the past, and we plan on doing them again.
I know that was successfully used on the south side on Long Beach. And recently at a Conservation Commission hearing, we saw a presentation on that. Councilor Steinhilber.
Thank you, Madam President. Just having some background and working with different, permits when it comes to coastlines and federal and state regulations. Obviously they're, onerous at best a lot of the time. And when you're talking about getting certain things approved, I mean, we could be talking, years really, and several more winters before anything's really done. Maybe this is a question more for the town manager's office, but I know we had a visit from the environmental secretary several months back, and are we still, kind of staying on top of that with the new administration and trying to keep a laser focus on this issue? Because it's going to take some common sense and, moving this along before, we got to take care of this, obviously.
The reason we pulled the appropriation back in when we were doing the capital budget was because of the signals that we were getting from the administration and from environmental groups that there may be solutions that weren't on the table before that could be now. So we're looking for something that's long-term, and we think this is the right time to be pursuing that, and we are.
Any other council questions? We have a motion to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2015-162, appropriation order of $865,717 for the fiscal year 2016 Sandy Neck Park Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Councilors Cushing,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapgrassetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis,
Yes.
Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum. 13 yes, it passes.
Thank you very much. And that ends
Thank you.
the community services budget. Let's see, Councilor Jim Crocker, we're now going to move to Public Works. If you'd read item 164, please.
Yes, Madam President. 2015-164 for a public hearing and a roll call vote. appropriation order of $8,782,377 be appropriated for the purpose of funding the town's FY16 Department of Public Works General Fund budget, as drafted.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Santos.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Town Council. Delighted to be here tonight. In the interest of continuity in presentation and to make the most efficient use of my time here, I'm going to make my presentation start to finish throughout, and then you can open up and have questions on the enterprise ones when I'm through with the general fund. We'll see how that goes. So, again, good evening. The department's mission is to protect, preserve, and improve the extensive infrastructure assets of the town of Barnstable in order to meet the myriad needs of its residents, businesses, and visitors. This slide highlights just a few statistics as a reminder of the vast responsibilities of the Department of Public Works. Barnstable is the fourth largest town by both land area and road miles in the Commonwealth. We rank number 27th in year-round population, but are within the top 5 during the summer season. We are also in the top 6 for state Chapter 90 transportation funds. The department, headed by the director and assistant director, consists of 6 divisions. 3 are general funded: administration and technical support, highway, and structures and grounds. The remaining 3 divisions are enterprise accounts, which include solid waste, water pollution control, and water supply. As director, it is my pleasure to serve Barnstable and to provide leadership, management, and engineering expertise in order to wring every ounce of value from each dollar in the second largest budget in town next to the school department. Recent initiatives include implementation of a reorganized administration and technical division, implementing new employee uniform guidelines, providing for better organizational recognition and pride, as well as safety. We started a pilot program of retrofitting both used vehicles and former military vehicles for use during snow and ice, obtaining state grants to improve efficiency and energy usage at the water pollution control facility and other town buildings. Some significant accomplishments made possible with fiscal 2015 funding included providing nearly 1 billion gallons of safe drinking water to homes and businesses in the Hyannis area, treating more than 500 million gallons of wastewater and septage, and repainting nearly 400 miles of white and yellow road lines. The Highway Division alone responded to more than 2,600 customer-generated service calls this past year, up nearly 15% over last year. Our Building Division started renovations to the Town Hall main stairwells, which will restore these spaces to their former glory. And our Grounds Division completed more than 500 landscape improvement projects. We completed renovations to 46 and 50 Pearl Street, the old Selectmen's Building, and the Marine and Environmental Affairs Building, as well as connected the Structures and Grounds Building, Police Station, and MEA Building to the town sewer system this year. While it may be a distant, albeit unpleasant memory, of particular note this year is the more than $3.2 million spent on snow and ice removal during 27 weather events, including what the Cape Cod Times called the worst blizzard in 100 years. This brief sampling of highlights are among thousands and thousands of other tasks that occur every single day of the year at all hours and during every conceivable weather condition. Of the department's total operating budget this year, 43% of our funding is from the general fund, with the remaining 57% attributed to the enterprise accounts. The department's total proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2016 is $23.7 million, representing an overall 3.6% increase over FY15. And that's asterisk because that is taking account for the addition of snow and ice funds. That was $3.2 million this year, well over the $600,000 that we were budgeted. This is broken out by division, as shown here, with the Highway Division having the greatest share at 27%. Administration and technical support represents only 7% of the entire budget. In other words, 93% of our funds are spent in the working divisions. This year's budget includes some new programs, but savings in other areas result in the increases described. There are 2 new positions proposed, 1 general funded and 1 enterprise. I will now present some budget highlights. At the conclusion, there will be an opportunity for discussion and vote for the general fund appropriation and each enterprise account appropriation, as I mentioned just a moment ago. New requirements in the general funded divisions include increases for seasonal employees' wages, vehicle replacement and maintenance, solid waste disposal due to the new contract, and wastewater disposal for newly connected facilities. We are pleased that the manager has supported the development and staffing of a new athletic field maintenance crew within our grounds section. With vast landscape areas across town competing for resources, this new crew will be able to provide enhanced service to our many recreational fields to improve the experience for both participants and spectators. These increases have been partially offset by savings in fuel and utility contracts, as well as renewable energy projects. Some initiatives that we currently have underway and hope to conclude this year include continuing to reevaluate our organization and providing structural changes with the goal of providing satisfying, well-paying jobs with appropriate career paths in order to attract and retain the best workforce that we can. We recently made changes to the survey section and vehicle maintenance section, making these organizations more in line with industry standards and practices. In December, we held our first ever all-hands meeting where we conducted sessions on department vision and planning, safety, interpersonal training, and provided the opportunity for group discussion and feedback. Its success will assure that we make this an annual event. The department is currently in the process of evaluating proposals to equip our vehicle fleet, including our snow and ice contractors, with GPS locator devices. This system promises to be one of the most important tools for managing resources in a generation. It will allow us to more efficiently and effectively meet our requirements, particularly in emergency situations. We will continue to take a leadership role in the 208 wastewater planning efforts that have been spearheaded by the Cape Cod Commission over the last 2 years. The presence of vast natural resources in Barnstable, including recreational water bodies and public water supplies, demands our best efforts to balance the needs of a bustling and vibrant community with environmental and public health protection. Related to the 208 plan, the Gateway Marina Stormwater Project is nearing completion. This project was a 100% grant-funded and constructed by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency as a demonstration best management practice. It is a trench-based constructed wetland treatment system that will intercept a portion of runoff from the area north of South Street that is currently discharged to Hyannis Harbor untreated. We recently completed $300,000 worth of large-scale road patching work throughout town, thanks to an unanticipated grant from the state to repair winter storm damage. In the solid waste division, new investment includes the addition of 1 full-time employee, with costs offset by a reduction in overtime, increases to the safety, building repair, and parts budget, purchase of a slope mower, as well as providing a new landscaping budget line item. However, the most significant increase is in operating expenses as a result of the new solid waste contract disposal fees. This year witnessed the introduction of a new solid waste disposal contract after more than 25 years, and the integration of single-stream recycling. These changes have virtually gone off without a hitch and are helping to provide a better customer experience. The division implemented a free recycling sticker to better track use and eliminate non-resident users. And we are currently advertising for a consultant to help us look at the transfer station layout and long-range planning to further improve the efficiency and customer experience. And finally, as I have mentioned in previous meetings, we have undertaken a pay-as-you-throw analysis internally, which is currently under my review and will be shared with you and the manager in the very near future. In the Water Pollution Control Division, there are no new programs or initiatives proposed for FY16. A small percentage increase is projected to cover wage and benefit increases and for sludge disposal. Recent cost reductions have come from declines in the cost of debt service and utilities, which has resulted from renewable energy projects and improvements over the past several years. Previously funded capital projects will continue to improve the efficiency and cost effectiveness of the water pollution control facility. However, A recent significant change in our operation, as Tom had mentioned earlier, is the announcement that Peter Doyle, the division supervisor, will retire in August after 36 years of service as the plant manager. You may not know it, but the operation of this plant has been lauded for nearly his entire career. The plant has won many awards, and Peter has been a steadfast leader in seeking out and implementing new, efficient, and cost-saving technologies. He will be greatly missed, and since he is here with us tonight, I again would like to formally thank and congratulate him. Peter, thank you. Actually, just before that slide, he was doing the YMCA at that meeting. The Water Supply Division is managed by DPW and overseen by the volunteer Hyannis Water Board. Deb Crow has recently stepped down from the board, where she served as chair for many years, including during the transition of the system from private ownership to the town in 2005. I want to personally thank her for her years of tireless efforts on behalf of Hyannis area water customers. The water system is operated by a contract vendor, currently United Water, who's in their starting their seventh year. The budget is being increased this year approximately 9% to cover the increased debt service for the very robust and long-term capital improvement program and for the required contract increases to the operations contract. Goals include continuation of the pipe replacement program, implementation of the new well exploration program, and continued well structure and treatment building rehabilitation. This will be in addition to striving to provide cost-effective water services and reliable and redundant fire flows. We will also continue to work arm in arm with the new Hyannis Water Board Chair, Stephen O'Neill, on the budget, capital improvement planning, rate structuring, and customer service. As you know, the Water Supply Division is facing some challenging issues this year, with recent discovery of emerging contaminants in 4 of the system's supply wells. We are working very closely with the Department of Environmental Protection, Barnstable County, and the town of Yarmouth on an aggressive program to address the contamination with a system of treatment, management, and interconnections to provide adequate quantities of safe drinking water to our customers. And in closing, I want to reiterate that the Hyannis area water is completely safe to drink and use as it always has been. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. This item is open for public comment if anyone wishes to speak. If not, I'll have a motion to close the public comment. All those in favor of closing the public comment? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Councilor discussion. Councilor Cushing.
I just have one quick question. Thank you for your presentation. You look nice and tan coming back from England. I'm just kidding, you don't.
It's not generally a sunny spot, but
Right, it was probably sunnier than here. I have a question about the snow removal and the presentation that you gave with the town manager, really kind of at the tail end of the storms, and you talked through a very specific timeline of the storms and the response. And I do want to thank you and your staff, not only for the response during the storm, but just in general, y'all are very responsive and helpful when we ever have constituent issues, so I just wanted to publicly say that. I was wondering if we have on the books a time where you and the town manager are going to come back and talk about some of the lessons learned through that storm and what you all are going to do a little bit differently or implement as procedures and protocols in place in the event we're presented with a storm like that in the near future.
we look forward to doing that and are planning to do that. It's not on the books, and the reason is we've spent really months looking at this. We've kind of torn this down right at the basic levels of what we do and how we respond to snow and ice. We've taken all the input that we got during the storm and after. No stone is going unturned here. So we're looking at what the community can expect under certain conditions, what level of storm requires what response, how the equipment's deployed. For example, in the past, we have had parking lots being done at the same time as roads. Well, that doesn't necessarily make sense. If we don't need the parking lots at schools until Monday and it's Friday, we can put those assets on roads. So there's a lot of things we're looking at. We're looking at purchasing equipment. I think we talked about this snow fighter concept where we're buying used equipment that's dedicated to snow and ice, and we get a lot more assets for the money that we spend. That's something that we've already started this year. I think you're going to see a lot of improvements. I think Mother Nature certainly threw us a big one, and sometimes that you just have to deal with that and go with it, and it's going to be bad and unpleasant. But there clearly was room for improvement, and I think as a result of that storm and all of our efforts, we're going to have a vastly improved response to future storms. So we look forward to talking through that with you.
Counselor, any other council questions? I have a motion to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-164, appropriation order of $8,782,377 for the fiscal year 2016 Department of Public Works General Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Counselors Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Norman. Yes. Steinhilber.
Yes.
Tinsley. Yes. Wallace.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
Crocker James.
Yes.
Crocker William.
Yes.
Cullum. Cushing. 13 yes, it passes.
Thank you. Counselor Cushing, if you'd read item 165, please.
Yes, I'd like to open for a public hearing, item 2015-165, an appropriation order of $3,362,811 for FY 2016 Department of Public Works Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget, as written.
Is there a second? Now, since we've already had presentation, any other questions, we'll hold off until we'll see if anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item. If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Councilor, discussion on this item. Is there a second to move the question? Second. All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-165, appropriation order of $3,362,811 for the fiscal year 2016 Department of Public Works Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Counselors Rapcorsetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Tinsley. Yes. Wallace.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
Crocker James.
Yes.
Crocker William.
Yes.
Cullum. Cushing. Dagwan.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Dagwan, if you'd read item 166, please.
Open for a public hearing, item 2015-166, appropriation order of $4,463,158 to be appropriated for the purpose of funding the town's FY16 Department of Public Works Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund budget. This should be open for a public hearing and a roll call vote.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councilor, questions regarding this item? Is there a second? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-166, appropriation order of $4,463,158 for the fiscal year 2016 Department of Public Works Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Counselors Hebert.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Tinsley. Yes. Wallace.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
Crocker James.
Yes.
Crocker William.
Yes.
Cullum. Cushing. Dagwan.
Yes.
Rapcorsetti.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you. Vice President Kennedy, if you'd read the next item, please.
I'd like to open for a public hearing, 2015-167, an appropriation order of $4,389,768 for FY 2016 Department of Public Works Water Supply Enterprise Fund budget, as written.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councilor, questions? Is there a second to move the question? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-167, appropriation order of $4,389,768 for the fiscal year 2016 Department of Public Works Water Supply Enterprise Fund budget. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Councilors Norman,
Pass.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley. Yes. Wallace,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis,
Yes.
Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cushing,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap Grassetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you
Thank you very much for all your support now and throughout the year.
Yeah, and I
appreciate
want
it.
to thank you and your staff for your response to all of our counselor concerns and our constituents' concerns, and we really appreciate it.
It's our job and our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Chirigotis, if you'd read the next item, please.
Madam President, are we looking at 215-173?
Yes.
Correct. Page 15.
Page 15, old business, this is a public hearing, roll call vote, 2015-173, appropriation order of $1,838,250 for the fiscal year 2016 library and tourism grant budgets, as written.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 311 of your budget, under other requirements, you'll find the breakdown of the difference between the two grants, between the library and the tourism grant. The proposed FY16 appropriation for the libraries is $1,714,000. That's an increase of $42,247, or 2.53%. The tourism grant is for $124,250, going up a little over 1%. I know there are individuals that want to testify toward the library grant. We meet monthly with the Hyannis Area Chamber of Commerce, where we talk about the standards that we have under the tourism budget, and Mark and I have been meeting regularly with them to make sure that that money is being well spent per the contract that we sign with them.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, you have to make sure your green light's on.
Okay, green light.
Much better.
There you go.
There you go.
Again, thank you, Madam President and town councilors. I'm Stan Goldstein. I'm from Katuitt. I'm representing the Town Library Committee. I just recently was, actually resigned from the committee, but they asked me to do this because I've done it in the past, and it's just easy for me to do it. Barnstable Village, 7 libraries. It's kind of late, so I'm going to kind of rip through this. Each one of your councilors has a library in your village, 7 of them. Some quick facts about the libraries are they're all independent 501c3, actually private libraries. At a meeting we just had at the town, little anecdote here, the Town Library Committee on Tuesday, I unfortunately used the word private or public libraries for all the libraries in the minutes, and I was thoroughly castigated by one of the members because the technicality is all these libraries were formed, some of them hundreds of years ago, and they're private libraries. But in fact, if any one of the constituents in your villages can fog a mirror, they can use the library. They can either use the library on site, or they can use the library remotely, or in many cases they can call, if they're unable to get to the library, they can call the library for services, and most of the libraries will deliver services to them. So it's kind of a misnomer. The libraries receive about half of their funding from the town. In addition, Katuitt gets an extra stipend from the town of Katuitt. Katuitt is allowed to do that. The Town Library Committee is composed of 2 members that are appointed by each board, from each library board, and also by the director of each library, the director of the libraries. Just some of the things, libraries offer standard stuff, books, okay? But it's kind of interesting. If you look at the figures, the circulation for books is going down a little bit, but circulation of ebooks is going up about 400%. And that's clams wide. So we sort of expected that. But one of the big things that the libraries are doing, which add to the quality of life in the town of Barnstable, is programs. We've run a little over, I'm looking at some figures here, a little over average of 3 years, a little over 2,259 programs last year. That's an average of 3 years. It's an increase of about 400 programs. These programs do cost money. Many of the programs are put on by organizations that the libraries hire to run the programs. And where the library does run the program, they normally need extra supplies to run the program. Access to online databases, subscriptions to local papers, interlibrary loan services, which is CLAMS, and meeting rooms and community gathering spaces is a biggie. In most of the villages, the libraries are one of the main meeting areas for the community. So they really do provide community in their villages. Some numbers for the libraries, and these are a little bit dated, but hours open, almost 15,000 hours are open. 615,000 items have been circulated, 450,000 items in collection. Yearly visits to the libraries, 475,000. Program offers for all ages was rounded to 2,200. It's really closer to 2,260. Program attendance was 38,000, and reference questions was over 150,000. Okay. The budget for the seven libraries is a little over 3 million, which is a little less than half of, a little less than half, a little less than twice as much as what the town grant provides. Last year that was 1,671,000. The rest of the 1.3 million, the libraries need to scramble to raise funds, and believe me, they do scramble. The directors are extremely busy, helping out, even outside of the business funds, business needs to run the library for fundraisings, and the boards are constantly thinking of new ways to raise money for the libraries. I can tell you, having been on the Katuitt Library Board for many a year, it's a constant battle. Okay. So some of the fundraising strategies we use are annual appeals, targeted appeals. We do have grants. One of the grants that the libraries get is from the Kirkman Fund, but that's variable. Depends how the market does, because the funds are invested in the market. They're run by an organization that's contracted by the town and supervised by the Trust Financial Advisory Committee, TFAC. So you can't depend upon that. The last 2 years, the market's done well, so the fund has distributed about $150,000, which goes to the libraries, and they divide it by 8. Katuitt gets 2/8, and the rest of the libraries get 1/8, and that was because of some legalese that happened a long time ago when Bob Smith, I think, was involved. And so, I mean, whatever the libraries can do to raise money, they do. So what do we use the money for? Well, we use it for obviously attracting quality staff, improving and preserving buildings and grounds. Obviously the collections in the libraries, cardholders access to millions of items via CLAMS, and also via the virtual. There's a virtual network, right, Lucy, that they use in case we don't have it. Yeah. I mean, you can get, and actually, I think you can get books from all over the country. Yep. Purchase of equipment, computers, laptops, scanners, what have you, and special services, including the ESL materials, historical, genealogical, but a lot of which Sturgis is involved in. And the 7 libraries each have their own flavor. Many of them are in small villages. Hyannis, though, is an exception, and Hyannis is more of an urban library, and they run into many of the problems that you run into in an urban library. Too numerous to go through tonight, but the problems that Hyannis faces on a day-to-day basis, those problems are the same problems that the Hyannis Library faces. Okay, so the libraries are requesting a total increase of 2.5%. That's $41,794 to remain in compliance with the Massachusetts MGLs. The MGL says that the appropriations need to be increased by 2.5% of the average of the last 3 years' appropriation in order to qualify for state aid. In years gone by, with the exception of last year because of tight funding, the libraries received very little increase, very little increases, and then we had to go to the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners to get an exemption from that. Last year, the town was very generous for the libraries. You gave us an increase of 6.9%, which kind of caught us up, but also compensated us for the fact that the town is now requiring audits from all the libraries. Not all the libraries were completing CPA audits, so the part of that increase went for the audits. So funding last year was $1,671,000 and change. The requested increase is almost $42,000. So we're making it, as Tom said, a total request of $1,713,547. This is a really, some of you may remember from last year, I think that this is an excellent investment, because for a $1.7 million grant to the libraries, you're getting well over $3 million worth of service. And I can tell you that the libraries look at each and every dollar. Actually, they look at each and every penny, and they squeeze it till it bleeds copper, for the simple reason that they value the money. The money is scarce, and they look around and spend it really well. So I would ask you to approve this funding. Do I have any questions?
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, and if anyone would like to speak to this item? If not, I'll have a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Councillor Hebert is off the dais. Councillor, questions? I've got a motion to move the question. Is there a second? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2015-173, appropriation order of $1,838,250 for the fiscal year 2016 Library and Tourism grant budgets. All those excuse me. This is a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Steinhilber,
Yes.
Kinsley. Yes. Wallace.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
Crocker James.
Yes.
Crocker William.
Yes.
Cullum. Cushing. Dagwan.
Yes.
Rap Grissetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you. I want to thank you. I love the library. I'm sure we can all say that, but I hope everybody visits their library often. And that concludes the fiscal year. Oh, yes, yes. And thank you, Stan, for your leadership on the library committee. And that ends our fiscal year 2016 operating budget.
Madam President, I want to thank you. The applause is enough. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Quiet in the chamber. Counselor Norman, if you'd read the next item, please.
Yes, Madam President, I read and to open the public hearing on item number 2015-148, the appointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council appoint the following individuals to a multiple member board, committee, or commission. Council on Aging, John Alden, Hyannis, as an associate member to term expiring 2017. Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District, John Alden, Hyannis, alternate member to the Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission, term expiring 2016, as written.
Second.
Any discussion? May I have a motion to move the question? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. I believe Councillor Kennedy is here. This is item 2015-148, appointments to a board, committee, commission, as read. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Item number 2015-149, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council reappoint the following individuals to a multiple member board, committee, or commission. Airport Commission, Bob O'Brien, regular member, term expiring 2018. Mary Smith, regular member, term expiring 2018. John Griffin, regular member, term expiring 2018. Board of Assessors, William Gareffi, regular member, term expiring 2018. Board of Health, Jinachi Sawana, anyone know how to pronounce that? Sawayanaki, as a regular member, term expiring 2018. Community Preservation Committee, FP Tom Lee, as a regular member, term expiring 2018. Deborah Converse, regular member, term expiring 2018. Susan Rohrbach, regular member, term expiring 2018. Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, Laura Cronin, regular member, term expiring 2018. John Schonaher, regular member, term expiring 2018. Conservation Commission, Dennis Houle, regular member, term expiring 2018. Housing Committee, Robert Woolhouse, regular member, term expiring 2018. Don Lind, regular member, term expiring 2018. Richard Plaskus, regular member, term expiring 2018. Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission, Taryn Toman, regular member, term expiring 2017. Golf Committee, Mary Creighton, regular member, term expiring 2018. David Miller, regular member, term expiring 2018. Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, Ann Rowland, regular member, term expiring 2018. FP Tom Lee as a regular member, term expiring 2018. Phyllis Miller, regular member, term expiring 2018. Licensing Authority, Eugene Berman, regular member, term expiring 2018. Planning Board, Stephen Hellman, regular member, term expiring 2018. Registrar of Voters, Lucian Poyant, regular member, term expiring 2018. Sandy Neck Board, George Mulback, regular member, term expiring 2018. Richard French, regular member, term expiring 2018. Thomas O'Neill, regular member, term expiring 2018. Zoning Board of Appeals, Herbert Bodenseek, associate member, term expiring 2018, as written.
Any discussion on these? Is there a second to move the question? All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2015-149, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission, as read. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Item number 2015-149A, reappointment to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council reappoint the following individual to a multiple member board, committee, or commission. Conservation Commission, Scott Blazes, regular member, term expiring 2018.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Norman.
Yes, I wanted to go over the rationale for bifurcating back from our last meeting from the regular list. About a month ago, I received a phone call from an individual who has dealings occasionally with the Conservation Commission. And this individual just was kind of almost warning me that there seemed to be some discord amongst the members of the commission, and that this individual felt that, one of these nights, 3 or 4 of these people are just going to get up and walk off the dais and go home. That there was, kind of just a lack of decorum, I guess, between members in some issues. And so I said to this individual, well, is there, one person that seems to be the genesis of it, or several, or whatever? And he said that there was probably, he would figure 2 or 3 members that seemed to be the ones that, didn't really respect one another's opinions, that there was some, backbiting type of things going on. And they were just concerned and just wanted to kind of give me a heads up to say, look, you told me if there was ever, something that I saw to let you know. I'm just letting you know. And so I said, well, what do you think the cause of it is? And he's like, most of the time they're fine. He says, but occasionally there just seems to be a point in time where they're just kind of all snipping at each other. And I'm just, I just want you to be aware of it. So he gave me the names of 3 individuals currently on the Conservation Commission that he felt were the ones that were being the most disrespectful towards one another. And so we had a scheduled appointments committee meeting, and as chair of the meeting, I get my agenda and I looked at it, and there was a list of reappointments, and one of those individuals was up for reappointment. So I made a note to myself that at the next meeting I would bring it up in discussion at the committee meeting and see what some of the other members of the subcommittee felt. And before I had a chance to even speak, one of the members of the committee made mention of the fact that they had heard from a sitting member of the commission, and that this individual had come to them and said, I know that Mr. Blazes is up for reappointment, and that they had respect for the amount of time that he had donated to the town and given to this commission, but that he felt that a reappointment at this time probably was not a very good idea. And so the two kind of came together, and at that point I said, this really isn't something that we want to, kill in committee, or just, vote not to reappoint him from a committee level. That I felt that the full council should get the opportunity to discuss this. And rather than, in most situations, if someone wants a reappointment, we send people letters asking them if they'd like to be reappointed to whatever committee. They report back to us and say yes or no. Then we funnel it through this process, and as you just heard, there could be 25 names of people that there's no issue, there's nothing. It's just, let's just keep these committees stacked. But however, at this point, this individual, I wanted the ability to have all of you kind of, hear what's going on, see what's going on, and look into it for yourselves from 2 weeks ago when we bifurcated it, and then give you all the, the opportunity to hear from members of the commission, hear from the public, hear from the individual to see, what your opinions were, and then, let the vote, be as it was. So that was my rationale, is to, not, like I said, kill this in committee, but bring this out forward for the full council to have the weight of appointment. We so appreciate all of our volunteers on all of our committees, and wouldn't function as a town without them. So we appreciate everyone that's on these committees, the time that they spend away from their families, away from their jobs, to dedicate to these committees. But this particular committee, and when I went back and looked at some of the recordings from some of the meetings, I was a little bit taken aback by by how this committee is kind of handling itself. And so this is maybe one step moving forward. But I felt as though it was a step moving forward that the entire council should address. So that was my rationale for bifurcating. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cullum.
Thank you for bringing it to the council's attention. I have to say that, we just reappointed Dennis Houle, the chair of the Conservation Committee, and that wasn't bifurcated out. But I'm really thankful you brought it forward for us all to discuss, because, this council before I was elected, had a lot of infighting on it and was completely unproductive. And I think we all have to remember that our position on committees, whether they're, voted in by the public or appointed, is to be forward-thinking and solution-oriented. And I would hope that the infighting would cease immediately on the Conservation Commission. It does nothing for the constituency that you're serving. That said, I think a lot of this is based upon one or two people's impression, and I'm, being a mommy, I'm not into that. I think that, we all need to go to our rooms and have a little quiet time and come back and learn how to work together. So that's kind of my opinion on it, and I'm thankful that people speak their mind when they're dissatisfied, but really it's incumbent upon the members of this committee to figure it out and work toward a resolution that works for the constituency that you serve.
Councillor Steinhilber.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to certainly appreciate the services individuals given the town. One of the problems I've had with the reappointment is that there's been communication that more likely than not the individual cannot serve out the full term, or actually wishes not to serve out the full term. And I just think we owe it to the Conservation Commission, to the town, to vet candidates going forward that can commit to the full term. And I think that's something we have to think about when you're thinking about reappointments. We need that commitment. And I mean, it's my understanding, past practices, that even if the reappointment does not go through, the individual would stay on for the time being while the appointments committee vets a replacement candidate. And I think part of the rationale for being wanted to be reappointed originally was to just stay on for a little bit longer to wrap up some loose ends. And that's my understanding of past practices, but I definitely feel like we need to vet someone who can commit to the full 2-year term.
Councillor Chirigotis, I believe it's a 3-year term.
Thank you, Madam President. Never before have I received so many phone calls about one individual that was up for appointment, and I received no negative. What I can say is that we're talking about an individual with 15 years of experience on the Conservation Commission, a person who is a scientist who knows the ins and outs of the operation, the policy, and the procedure of the Conservation Commission. He knows the laws. It can be a heated debate because we're talking about the protection of our conservation areas and our water rights and the rights of the citizens of the town of Barnstable versus property rights oftentimes. And those issues become heated. And in fact, there have been at least 2 recent matters in which this particular commissioner spoke and unfortunately wasn't popular what he spoke at, and it ended up that actually with a ruling of a court, he was right on both of those occasions. However, other members of the commission kind of wished he would have backed down and things could have gone a little easier. But that's not the role of the Conservation Commission. Their job is to protect and promote the interests of the citizens of the town of Barnstable. This particular commissioner has great insight and great knowledge, both scientifically and with regard to the law. He's had other commissioners come here before us tonight and speak to us, and I think that he's more than qualified. And I didn't hear anything that would require that we not reappoint him.
Councillor Wilcrock.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councillor Norman, who's chairman of the Appointment Subcommittee, for bifurcating this out. I think it was the impetus for this discussion, which I think is a good thing. I think that if there are problems and issues with boards and committees in this town, they need to be addressed. These boards and these committees are representatives of the town, and they do the town's work, and they must be able to work together as a cohesive unit. We have an operation here, a multi-million-dollar operation that we need to run. The Conservation Commission is not one of the easiest boards and committees to sit on. You have to be certified to be able to sit on that board. That requires a lot of work, a lot of education, a lot of study, and I think Mr. Blazes has, because of his 15 years, has shown that he has that information, that experience, that knowledge. Are there some problems on the Conservation Commission? I think that they would say that, yeah, there are some communication problems. Is there a problem with any board and commission in this town, in any town, anywhere? Of course. Do I get the sense that they want to work this out and make it a cohesive board? Yes, I do. I think all the members of the board want to do that. Again, I think that this is a situation that has presented itself. It's made it to the public forum, and that's a good thing. I think the members of that commission want to work this out and want to make it a good, cohesive unit. And at that point, I will say that I will support his nomination.
Councillor Dagwan.
Yes, I just want to say that, none of us have a crystal ball as to when our health might fail, or we may come down with some kind of illness that will preclude any of us from finishing out our term. That can happen to anyone. And I can't see us limiting anyone and projecting that aspect of it. But I also want to put on my hat as a prior town council president, and we had several committees that were at discord, similar situation. As president, I asked my vice president, which is now the current president of this council, to sit with me and to bring in that committee. And we talked with each one of them one-on-one to try to bring some communications, some to understanding, so they would begin to understand what the public was seeing. People were saying, this committee is out of control. And one of the reasons I asked to have the committee come in is because we had a young person who had joined that committee. And, we're looking for young people to join these committees. And she was ready to leave. She was just so frustrated with this committee and wanted to contribute, but had decided to maybe I'm going to leave this committee. I don't want to work with it. And we brought each of them in separately, sat down, talked with them, and to give them an understanding of what the community was seeing visually when they saw the meetings. And I think this is the same thing that some councilors have said previously, that they saw the meeting and they didn't like what they saw. And so, I think people just have to we have to grow up, but we also have to be able to, as leaders, to bring people together and try to get them to work together. Maybe we can be facilitators in nurturing this committee, because all of them have come to the table with strong aspects and contributions. And I find it difficult to dismiss somebody that has this many years of experience. And these are people who volunteer their time. They're not getting paid. This is a volunteer position, and we really need to think twice about how we handle reappointments and those who don't warrant or reappointments.
Councillor Cullum.
Cushing, every
Excuse
time
me,
it
Cushing,
happens. Yep.
Cushing.
I'm getting taller. She's getting taller and I'm getting shorter. So a couple things. It seems to me that there are the communication issues that exist on this committee. There's more than one person, but Mr. Blazes has been because he is up for reappointment, the bifurcation has sort of put this on his head and laid this issue at his feet, and I don't think that that's fair. I'm really glad that Councillor Dagwan said, if there are issues, we as a council have a responsibility to our boards and commissions to make sure that they have what they need to be able to do their jobs effectively. And we have a responsibility to help them work through issues. Having said that, they serve at the leisure of the council. So if there are people who are who are problematic on our commissions and our boards, who are not serving the people of Barnstable, then it's our responsibility to remove them from those positions. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation because I think it's a very important one. But I will support Mr. Blazes in his reappointment. I think he's shown and demonstrated a commitment to his town. I think many people have reached out to us. We've heard some of them tonight. And I absolutely will support his reappointment. And I hope that this opens a conversation with the commission overall to come in and play in the sandbox, because frankly, we're all adults. And I appreciate Councillor Chirigotis' point about the issues that come before them and the challenges that they face. And differing of opinions. I think that's entirely valid, but that comes with the job description. And there's a way to handle yourself with decorum and professionalism. And I hope that all on the commission can make a commitment to do that. Thank you.
Councilor Jim Crocker.
Thank you. It appears clearly that this is going to be one of the most difficult things that's crossed our desk in some time. The budget in millions of dollars doesn't even feel nearly as difficult as this is tonight. I do want to say that we all have to look at the process that's on before us here. You know, I mean, there's always talk about, do you include term limits? Do you talk about moving people from board to board who have different skill sets? Do we keep the board fresh? I mean, we only have to look at our own board, where we just interjected 6 people 2 years ago, and now I believe I'm working with the finest group of councils I've had the honor of working with. So I'm not really afraid of change, to be honest. And I also am someone who went off during a turbulent time because I may have been part of the problem. And I wasn't afraid to say I should have gone, and I went. So this doesn't, you know, we can't act like this is the biggest act of our lives. This is just another choice, another decision we have to make about what is the right thing to do when appointments come before us. I was fortunate enough to speak to Mr. Blaze tonight myself. He told me clearly that he wanted to make amends with the group. Well, you don't offer to make amends unless you feel you haven't had it perfect or gone the way you really would have wanted to be seen. So he and I both know at that time when we're speaking to each other that that is the case, that he knows that the discussion that's out there and been out there is in fact true, point blank true. Secondly, we've seen a number of letters come in from Mr. Blaze's camp that talks about, well, give me a 1-year appointment, give me a 2-year appointment, I just want to serve out, I haven't been healthy, the attendance isn't right, he's had a real tough run here with his physical health, and tonight again he told me that he wouldn't serve the whole term. He told me that directly to my face. So what we're talking about is an appointment of a 3-year slot, and how do we address the 3-year slot? Mr. Norman, in his wisdom, has brought this to the table in a very positive fashion. When you are trying to eliminate people quickly and smoothly, you, on the first nomination, you put another name in, and everybody goes out and tries to hustle up the votes and tries to get something done, smooth, quick, bing, bang, you're out. And as soon as the next person's in, that person who has been removed, if it went that way, has no more chance to serve on anything. But when you bring forward a name on its own like this, so again, I want to applaud Mr. Norman for his action. When you bring forward a name like this, we are not filling the seat if we did not vote to reappoint. So what you have in past practice, and I checked this with Ruthie, what we have is the option for him to serve until we replace him. So we all know we only meet once in July, we only meet once in August, we all know that we don't have anyone in queue, and we all know there's plenty of ways for people to move forward here, make amends, mend fences, finish any undone work, and maybe this is an issue we chase in 6 months from now. I don't know. We know our applicant is given more than his fair share of time and energy. We know that he's on the downward slide based on his attendance and his health. We know he doesn't want to go the distance right now. So how do we handle this, gang? How do we handle this? How do we vote on a 3-year term? That's what's before us tonight. It's not about who took who out or how it goes. It's not any of that. We have a 3-year term out there that we need to rule on. And there's no one in queue. Mr. Blaze has told me that he would agree to serve if he stayed on, if he did not get the nomination, and he tells me his health is failing. So I have a feeling based on my need to place a 3-year term. That's my feeling. Mr. Blaze has been a very good steward. Mr. Blaze has been very giving of his time and giving up family time to be here for us. But we're talking about a 3-year term we're trying to fill. Thank you.
Vice President Kennedy.
Well, I'm on the appointments committee, and I recall things a little bit differently in that when we were talking about both the candidates for reappointment from the Conservation Commission, we as a group discussed a general feeling that there were issues on the Conservation Commission. I am a person that frequently goes to Conservation Commission because Blish Point, Freezer Point, all these other issues that have come up over the years. And I personally like every single one of the people on the commission and think each one has a talent and a value. But in recent months, as has been mentioned by several people, there has been friction. Friction with members, with each other, frictions with members and the chair, frictions with members and staff, and it has been uncomfortable. I think it's been uncomfortable for the commissioners as much as the people watching it. And we have, as a council, gotten complaints, and I've heard not one name, but several names mentioned. And so our plan at the time, or our idea at the time in appointments committee, was that we would call, I would ask the council president if she agreed, that we could call in the conservation commissioners 3 at a time or whatever to avoid quorum issues, and just sit down and say, do you know how you look to the public? Do you, are you having issues? How can we help you? What do you think the issues are? And actually, I think this process, as some people have pointed out, has been sort of a substitute for that, because we didn't get to activate our plan because of intervening circumstances. But I think this process has sort of done that, because I think everybody's being a little bit inter-reflective. They're sort of thinking about it. I also want to point out that there is a change in staff, and there's going to be a change in chair. And so there's a shake-up in the dynamic, kind of like the elections of a couple years ago. It's been mentioned a couple times. Been there, done that. I've been on this dais for 12 years, and, it's not always been fun. So there's ups and downs with any group. I don't like singling out one person. Mr. Blazes has been very passionate. Passion can sometimes, if you're on the other side of that passion, if you disagree with what his position is, that could be very annoying. But it's something we want. We want passion on our committees, and I commend him for that. So I voted. I did not vote for the bifurcation, and I will not. I will be supporting his reappointment.
Any other council comments? I have a motion to move the question. So moved. All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous.
Can I have a roll call vote, Madam President?
This is item 2015-149A, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Conservation Commission, Scott Blazes, as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/18. Madam Clerk, please.
Counselors. Tinsley. Seriously.
Yes.
Wallace.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Chirigotis.
Yes.
Crocker James.
No.
Crocker William.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cushing.
Yes.
Dagwan.
Yes.
Rap Rossetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
No.
11 yes.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next item, I'm going to reiterate what some of my counselors have said, especially the Vice President, with regards to bringing in the Conservation Commission a few at a time. And I think we need to talk about what goes on up here when you're up here and what we see in the public. And I know it's uncomfortable for me to watch your meetings sometimes because of the dissension on the commission, and I hope that can get resolved. And I appreciate Mr. Blaze's commitment to the commission and his continued service, and I wish you the best of health. And I know that your hours of your meetings have been changed from 8:30 in the morning to 2:30 in the afternoon, which will allow for you and your fellow Commissioner Mr. Sampu, who are both teachers, to attend meetings, and I hope that will afford you the opportunity to attend more meetings and have a better attendance record, and also for you to do your prep work and site work and all that. So thank you very much for that. Councilor Norman, if you'd read
Yes.
the next item.
I'd open item number 2015-149B, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council reappoint the following individual to a multiple-member board, committee, or commission. Zoning Board of Appeals, Robin Young, associate member, term expiring 2018, as written.
Is there a second? I'm going to ask Councilor Crocker, James Crocker, to give the rationale.
Thank you, Madam President. This is, again, another discussion about the process of appointments and what we expect from an appointment and what is expected for the constituent base as it is served by an appointment. Mr. Young is a 6-month alternate and has a very good or fairly good attendance record. And I've checked in, and it seems as though he's a very interested person in the position. So today I intend to support him, but I want to talk about the issue of appointments again and talk about what it is that we need to see in the public's eye and as we go forward. When we make these appointments, we don't really think we're handing out badges. We don't really think we're handing out any position that is anything but a good ear for any of our constituents. And we need to have these people concerned about that, cognizant of what they may or may not say when they produce credentials in a non-board meeting, and what it really says about the process and what it says about the people who get appointed. So I just happened to be at a meeting and see something from Mr. Young that I thought was in a statement of a badge, carrying badge, and I was disappointed, to be quite honest. He's a constituent of mine. So this isn't ever going to be about anything but honest talk. So, you know, you don't win friends by bifurcating people in your own district. But that's not what this is about ever for me, and it's not what it's about for these 13 people. So we just want everybody to know this is our second notice in the same night, that we're looking at appointments. We have to understand appointments. We have to understand we're all here to serve the public. We're not here to throw up obstacles or be part of the problem. We're here to be part of the solutions. People call any of us, we jump to it. People call you, you have to jump to it and be respectful also. But it's not a badge we wear, it's just a service that we've agreed to do for the good of the public and for our friends and neighbors. And with that said, I will be supporting Mr. Young, but I think it's important that everybody understands we don't hand out badges here. We just ask people to join us and serve the public. Thank you.
Next question.
There's a motion to move this question. Oh, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2015-149B, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Zoning Board of Appeals, Robin Young is an associate member to term expiring 6/30/18. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Mr. Norman, if you'd read 151, please. Page 23.
Yes, I open item number 2015-151, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council appoint the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, or commission. Library Committee, Mark Cote, Osterville, member, term expiring 2016. Charlie Dings, Katuitt, member, term expiring 2016. Suzanne Kelly, Barnstable, a member, term expiring 2016. Ed Maddox, Katuitt, as a member, term expiring 2016, as written.
Any discussion on this? I have a motion to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2015-151, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. The Library Committee, as read. All those in favor of this item? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Yes, I open item number 2015-152, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council appoint the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, or commission. Library Committee, Robert Anthony, Centerville, member, term expiring 2016. Elaine Grace, West Barnstable, member, term expiring 2016. Genevieve Hill, Comaquid, member, term expiring 2016. John Jenkins, West Barnstable, member, term expiring 2016. Kenneth Jenkins, Marston's Mills, member, term expiring 2016. Sheila Place, Marston's Mills, member, term expiring 2016. Karen Resendez, Centerville, member, term expiring 2016. Gloria Rudman, Centerville, member, term expiring 2016. Lily Seeley, Hyannis, member, term expiring 2016. Cindy Schulman, Marston's Mills, member, term expiring 2016, as written.
Any discussion? May I have a second to move the question? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. And I should make note that Councilor Tinsley has left the dais. This is item 2015-152, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission on the library committee as read. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. I want to again thank all of the residents of the town of Barnstable who serve on our boards, committees, and commissions. Thank you. Councilor Cullum, if you'd read the next item, please. 153.
I'd like to open for a public hearing, item number 2015-153, appropriation order of $185,000 community preservation funds for the restoration and rehabilitation of the historic assets of the Town Hall East and West Stairs and the first floor entrance, as written.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Lindsay Council, Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. The Town of Barnstable is seeking approval from the Town Council for Community Preservation Act funding in the amount of $185,000 for the historic renovation and stabilization of the east and west stairwells and first floor entrance of the Town Hall building at 367 Main Street, Hyannis. The Barnstable Town Hall is a contributing building in a National Register District, Municipal Group Historic District properties. The historic building was first opened as the Hyannis State Normal School in September of 1897. And over the course of many decades, the building has served as the State Teachers College, Mass Maritime Academy, Cape Cod Conservatory of Music, Cape Cod Community College, middle school, and lastly and currently as the Barnstable Town Hall. In 2010 and 2011, with funding from the Community Preservation Committee, extensive exterior repairs were made to the building, and during the past several months, internal work has been started. The funds being requested will be used to restore the stairs, stairwell, and first floor entryway to its original wood condition. With me, I have John Juris of the Department of Public Works with a brief presentation on the project.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. I'm going to make this very short and hopefully painless if I can get this to work.
This one.
I got it. This is the complex that we have here. It's a National Register property, and you know that we have renovated the outside of this building, restored it, and we've then proceeded with CPC funds through the school administration building. And now, as you can see in the stairwell, painfully, we are going after work in the stairwell. If you've ever tried to work in a stairwell in your home, you can understand the problems that we've been having. The building is very worthwhile to save. It's a structurally sound building, particularly now that the exterior skin has been taken care of, and the water penetration into the building has been ceased. The windows have been replaced, the roof has been replaced, and now we're doing the dubiously difficult task of working within the stairwells. It's very time consuming. We can't get a whole series of folks working in there. We have asbestos abatement. We're working with an occupied building where sound and smell is a difficult problem, working nights, weekends, and getting contractors to work in that environment. You can imagine how testy that is. We have had 2 CIP appropriations for this project, and for $150,000 for each. So they had $300,000 to move into the project. We have another $10,000 that we have from Structures and Grounds. And in working on the project, we found that there are extensive problems within the stair itself. The stair treads were split and checked. We found structural problem on the west stair tower, which is why the ceiling's down. We had to get in and take a look at that. And so all of these efforts and the timing of those efforts are very costly for us. And as we move through it, we've made the determination that in order to return the building to its more historic flavor, that we wanted to expose the stair and put the wood treads back in. So we're putting new oak treads in, and we're putting new oak flooring in the public hallways. And we wanted to extend that to the first floor and literally tie all the public spaces together. So that's where we're at. We went to CPC and said, hey, we can really do a good restoration job with a little extra cash. And so there's a view of the east stair at the upper level. The treads have been covered over with paper. The wainscot on the outside wall has been replaced. The plaster on the outside wall replaced. Insulation added to that. You can imagine how rotted the wood members were in those walls. So we're making great progress in here, but it is time consuming, and we apologize for the inconvenience that we know we're doing. But we're going to get this job done, as difficult as it is, and this extra money will allow us to complete the entire public hallway system, including the first floor. And incidentally, some of that work, by the way, we're going to try to integrate with our discussions on enhanced security systems. And so we are asking for this additional $185,000, which CPC has endorsed, and we ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item, if not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Councilor, discussion on this item. May I have a motion to move the question? All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2015-153, appropriation order of $185,000, community preservation funds for restoration and rehabilitation of the historic assets of the Town Hall east and west stairs and first floor entrance. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Councilors Wallace,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis,
Yes.
Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum, Cushing, Dagwan,
Yes.
Raffersetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Dagwan, if you'd read item 179, please.
Yes, open for a public hearing is item 2015-179, appropriation order of $117,000 community preservation funds for creation of open space and recreation land consisting of capital improvement to the field at Barnstable Community Horace Mann Charter Public School.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, Lindsay Council from the Community Preservation Committee. The Town of Barnstable is seeking approval from the Town Council for Community Preservation Act funds in the amount of $117,000 for the second phase of construction of a Barnstable Little League field behind the Barnstable Community Horace Mann Charter Public School on Burses Way in Hyannis. In September 2014, an appropriation of $100,000 of community preservation funds was approved by the council for the construction of a regulation Little League field at the school. Phase 2 consists of field lighting, bioretention basin planning, and paving repairs. The project is being conducted as a partnership with the Lyndon Paul LaRusso Charitable Foundation, which has contributed an additional $25,000 for the final phase of the project. Additionally, the project has the support of the Barnstable School Committee. With me is Joe Scott and Ed Pesci, and they'll be giving a brief presentation on the project.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. For the record, I'm Ed Pesci of Pesci Engineering with Mr. Joe Scott, president of Barnstable Little League. I'll be real brief. It's been a long night, I know, for you. There's only 12 more slides here to go through. Some of this you've seen before. Barnstable Little League proposes an additional field next to the existing field behind the Horace Mann Public School. Again, it's to replace the field that was taken in the footprint, the old footprint of the HYCC complex. Barnstable Little League, as background for our review from last year, currently manages and maintains 4 of the fields in town. They have a program enrollment of over 450 players, and the continued growth, of course, necessitates these additional fields, and in this case, the replacement of a former field. This maintenance effort is an ongoing program. This is slides and pictures from last year for the work that they did on various fields last year. This is the proposed layout, as most of you are certainly aware of where that field was proposed to go. Design plans were prepared and approved by school committee and site plan review committee. I prepared, and we started construction in the fall. Great project. So we started in the original field area, again with an old playground which was removed in March. That picture on the lower left was right after a snowstorm, as you can see. Was just in the final phase of construction. We actually laid sod the first week in December, Joe? December of 2014, so it was actually at the very end of the season, just about got under our skin of our teeth. And the opening day for the season was May 2nd. Had a wonderful day. That's another shot of what the field looks like today. It did look like on May 2nd. Had a fantastic parade with all the different teams. As you can see in the center, top center is the Little League Massachusetts champions from last year that were from Barnstable, as well as the team that is being sponsored by, in addition, being sponsored by the Russo Foundation. It was a very wonderful day. It was a really gratifying day for all the kids. This is the schedule that we had prepared last year, showing you how we started our discussions in April, and we were planning to get the field ready for spring of this year, which we were on target to do. This final CPC funding, as has already been mentioned, will help us complete with the entire phase with lights and final landscaping. The LaRusso Charitable Foundation has donated $25,000, as Lindsay Council had mentioned, but that brings their total to $100,000 for the entire project. And again, the Barnstable Little League folks will maintain the facility. And subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Councilor, discussion. Councilor Norman.
I just think it should be noted, the legacy that Paul LaRusso left for this town, I mean, it's just consistently over the years that I've been on this council, it's like the LaRusso Foundation donates to this, and the LaRusso Foundation donates to that. It's just, I mean, the support of our police, the support of this town, and the legacy that Paul left behind. I mean, I got to meet him in my latter part of my excavation career and did some work for him over there in Independence Park, and just to see, what his legacy has left. I know he'd be so proud to see, a lot of these programs that the LaRusso Foundation supports. I just wanted to make note of that.
Any other councilors? Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, I just want to commend the Little League group for taking over the responsibility of maintaining these fields. We, the Recreation Department and the School Department have lots of fields here in town, and it's difficult for them to do, to maintain them all. And anytime a new field is presented to the town, it's really admirable to have the group that comes forth with a new idea or a new field to decide that they will take the responsibility of maintaining it. And it's so important to the aesthetics of the area in which the new field is going into. And I thought your presentation, the opening day ceremony was just fantastic to see all the young teams that were out there dressed in their garb, and all the coaches that were there as well. And it's in my neighborhood, so it's a nice addition to to a neighborhood that was somewhat downtrodden there for a little bit, and a field that didn't look that great. But the back of the school now looks just wonderful. So I just wanted to congratulate everybody that worked on it. I know it's not just a single person, but it's been a lot of people that have contributed to it financially and physically in their efforts.
Any other council questions? Vice President Kennedy. May I have a second? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2015-179, appropriation order of $117,000, community preservation funds for creation of open space and recreation land consisting of capital improvement to the field at Barnstable Community Horace Mann Charter Public School. Madam Clerk, this is roll call.
Councilors Kennedy,
Yes.
Chirigotis,
Yes.
Crocker James,
Yes.
Crocker William,
Yes.
Cullum, Cushing, Dagwan,
Yes.
Raff Grassetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Wallace.
Yes.
Passes 12 yes.
Thank you very much. Councilor Cushing, if you'd read 180, please.
Very much.
I'd like to open for a public hearing, item 2015-180, an appropriation order of $504,000 of community preservation funds for affordable housing on at Ty River Road, Merson's Mills, as written.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Lindsay Council, Community Preservation Committee. The Town of Barnstable is seeking approval from the Town Council for Community Preservation Act funding in the amount of $504,000 for the acquisition by Habitat for Humanity Cape Cod of 9 acres of property on High River Road in Marston's Mills for the creation of affordable housing. Habitat for Humanity has entered into an offer to purchase that is contingent upon Habitat receiving a community preservation grant for the land purchase. Habitat believes the site will comfortably support approximately 12 affordable homes with a comprehensive permit under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40B. Based on 12 homes, this represents $42,000 per unit, the bulk of which will go towards land acquisition and the remainder of which will fund pre-development, including architectural, engineering, and legal costs. With me is Ladara Zola from Habitat, who will give you a brief PowerPoint. That's the right button. Both together. I think you just have to repeat it.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, my name is Lee Darazola. I'm here on behalf of Habitat for Humanity of Cape Cod. We have two CPC projects in front of you. I did a PowerPoint to sort of combine both, so forgive me. I'll try to skip around and just address High River Road right now. With me, we also have, oh, there, they disappeared on me, Vicki Goldsmith, our Executive Director, and Keith Fernandez, our Project Engineer. So what I'd like to start is just a little bit of a general overview of the Habitat process. We work in partnership with families in need to build homes, hope, lives, and community. This is our mission statement. I'll jump into the project, but a wonderful colleague of mine reminds me to start with our mission, because it is what we are about. And even more, what we are about is the people. And these are the people we house. This is our community, and this is us. I think this clicker is as tired as I am. Okay, the Habitat program. Most folks know about us, but again, I like to review. Cornerstone is sweat equity. There's a partnership with our families, households who buy our homes, and it is a purchase program. Our families do get a mortgage and pay. It's an affordable mortgage, but it still is a substantial part of their income. The families partner with Habitat and work 250 or 500 hours building their home. The difference is for a single adult household or a 2 adult household. And I did the math when I first did these presentations. I just sort of say, oh, wait a minute, that's like having another part-time job over the span of a home build, 8-9 months. And many of our families already have a full-time job and a part-time job, so it's a substantial commitment. Our program also includes tools, education, and support. That is a real key to successful homeownership. Education in terms of building and maintenance, that part is sort of obvious with the sweat equity, but also we have a substantial component of mortgage education, budgeting, just really working together to set up a path of sustainable, successful home ownership in the future. Our prices, these are our current prices. They do sometimes adjust. It's based on area median incomes. Right now, a 2-bedroom home would sell for $126,000. A 3-bedroom would be $140,000. Those are, I think it's between $600 and $775. A little bit depends on property taxes and homeowners associations, but that would be a monthly mortgage. This is reaching families that are earning between 45 and 65% of area median income. So it's families that definitely have a housing needs. And our homes are affordable in perpetuity. This is very important to us because we understand that there's a lot of community resources. There's community funding, there's also donations, there's just a lot that goes into them, and it is critical that they always be affordable. We use the DHCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development Local Initiative Program Deed Rider. This is a house on Sesame Street, and wait a minute, I have a note here. Sesame Street, 6 p.m. Tuesday the 23rd, we are having a dedication. Thank you, Vicki. Dedication for these two homes. You folks probably remember these two homes because they received Community Preservation Committee funding. And they are substantially complete right now. Families are going to be moving in soon. Those are solar panels you see on the top of them. I could probably talk for...
They're invited to the dedication.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can tell I'm getting off track. Vicki reminded me that I announced the dedication because everyone is invited to the dedication. It is just a really heartwarming event. Okay, more building. Always nice to have these pictures. Sponsors. It truly is a community coming together. For the Sesame Street homes, the Barnstable clergy. We did have someone else who was going to do this first part of this presentation, but he had to leave. Part of that group that helped put that funding together. Private funders, Federal Home Loan Bank Boston, CPC, obviously, and a variety of different funding for our solar program. And that's just Sesame Street, but for all of our different builds, we put together that type of fundraising package and sponsorship package. Just a quick recap of what Habitat for Humanity of Cape Cod has done. We were founded in 1988. We are one of the most active Habitat for Humanity international affiliates in the New England region. 90 Cape Cod homes that we have sold affordably. 3 more to be sold very soon. Right now we have 20 current building permits. We are definitely in a robust phase, and 24 homes in planning and pre-permitting. One of the phrases that I really like about the Habitat program, and I've worked in a lot of different affordable housing programs, is that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. We do a lot of different things, but they all come together, and there is something that is just magic about how it works. I used to say synergy, and that just sounded too bland and too much like a business word. But it is. It's about community, and it's about family. Which brings us at the general. So what's next? And now I'm going to skip Old Stage, because that's not where we are. And this is where we are. This is High River Road. This is just a general map that shows where the property is. These are the 4 parcels that we have an offer to purchase on. They total approximately just a tad over 9 acres. At this stage, we have a signed purchase and sale agreement. It is contingent on getting all our permitting, so we have a long process to go through. We would be going through the local initiative program, which needs to be approved by the housing committee, and the town manager. That goes to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, does a site visit, issues a project eligibility letter upon a determination that it is generally appropriate for the program that we put forth, and then we go before the Zoning Board of Appeals. And the Zoning Board sits in place of local boards and reviews our comprehensive permit application. At the end, we hope they issue the comprehensive permit. The request to CPC is contingent on us getting that comprehensive permit. So we're asking now for funds so we know that this project can be a go. Then we do our due diligence, we do our feasibility, we do our permitting. The money just sits there. It's not at risk until we know we can do what we've promised we want to do. We are thinking at this point that it would be 12 to 14 homes. It would be a mix of home sizes. We have proposed a phased development timeline, and we are requesting the CPC funds for land acquisition. And I can't read this far, maybe you folks can. This is our budget, it is a summary budget. There's a full budget in the packet. Habitat is known as one of the more cost-conscious developers. It doesn't look like a skinny budget, but it is. Creating affordable housing is expensive. And this is the slide I always love because this is what it's about. It's about families moving into homes. So I think at that, I'll just, say thank you and questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing if anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item.
Well, I've been practicing on good morning or good evening. So
Could you
I'm
state
glad
your
it's-
name,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry. Theodore A. Schilling. I'm an attorney from Osterville, Mass. I live in Centerville, Mass. Thanks for listening to me. I represent Craig Condino and his family. They abut this property on High River Road. They're not against Habitat for Humanity or affordable housing. Their concern is the overuse of this land. And of course, 40B is this miraculous thing that we have that can do away with anything that you think you're protected by. But that's not my issue or their issue. We abut the well fields that are the water supply. And I drink that water, unfortunately, or fortunately, because I think it's really good water. And in 1975 or 6, I was involved in all the takings for that well field. This property directly east of it is the well fields. And so when you're going to put in 42 bedrooms, 12 to 14 houses, where normally you would have 4 or 5 houses with, maybe max 21 bedrooms, I think that you're putting a test to the groundwater and our public drinking system. And that's one of our main concern is that location. The curious factor is I looked at the record, and I don't know what they're paying for this land or how they negotiated the price, but there's a 39-year-old covenant on this land that was never done. The road is not in that created these lots. So if you or I were buying it, and if I was doing the title, I would reject this title because the covenant has to be done. It has to be put in the road to create the lots. So if they're paying a price based on lots, they really don't have lots because without the road, if you read the covenant, it says you can't build on them until the covenant's done. And many attorneys have bitten the bullet on $20,000 to $50,000 for overlooking the fact that the covenant was never released, and they had to bring it to current standards, like today's standards, not 1976 when the plan was created. So what we're concerned with is whether or not proper addressing has been done with the Water Commission for CC, for Centerville Com, and whether that was taken into consideration, and whether this project could have an effect on our public water supply. So my point is that I think you should table this until someone comes back and says, we've looked into this and it's not a threat, and we've addressed it with the water company, and they feel satisfied with it. But I think to let 40B waive zoning, okay, to make 14 lots out of 4 is great. But I don't think 40B was designed to do away with our quality of our water. And I'll stick to that every day in the book. So I hope you take that into consideration. And I think it is a valid point. Like I say, we're not against the developing of the land, just if it's done properly and you look into all these aspects of it. And I think if you start on the wrong foot, things get down the road a long way before you can find out that you made a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public wish to speak to this item?
Rosemary Hanlon, Master Mills. Good evening, Madam President and councilors. I'd like to just take a moment of your time and read this letter. The purpose of this letter is to adequately represent the concerns of neighbors in and around the High River Road area related to the approximately proposed 12 affordable houses with a comprehensive permit under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40B. Units slated to be built on 9+ acres of property on High River Road in Marston Mills. This development will dramatically and negatively impact people living in Marston Mills, especially those living in the immediate neighborhood of High River Road and its various cross streets. Traffic, safety, and health concerns are not only valid but substantial. Our community's quality of life will be adversely impacted by the clear overcrowding of the small piece of property. Traffic, inadequate road conditions, utilities, fire, police, septic systems, wells, public water, and impact to schools are just a few of the issues we encounter. Can anyone imagine more cars entering and exiting onto High River Road? I ask you to please table this or to give it some definite concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak?
Hi, committee. I'm Paul Pina. We live on the property. That's our grandfather's property. It's my sister Joanne.
Hi.
We just want to say that a little nervous that in public speaking. The property's been in our family for over 100 years, and if you open that up to the building like that, it's like losing a part of your family or a person, and that's what we want to say. We don't want to lose any part of our family, and that's what would happen if we lost that land. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak?
Good evening. Craig Condino, 35 High River Road, Marston Mills. I'm of the same opinion to, maybe table this and investigate it a little bit more before we move forward with overtaxing our water and roads, what have you. But if we look into it, like I say, I'm not opposed to anything, of what they're trying to do, but let's look at it in a more concern for our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak? Come right up.
My name is Lynn Belfiore. I live at 291 River Road, and I would like to just support what other people have said, and especially note that the town has been very supportive of protection of the well fields and most recently protection of the Marston Mills River when the COMM put in the new water main. They had added additional catch basins because there was a lot of silt coming down from High River Road into River Road. And I'd just like to have the town continue to be supportive of protection of the well fields and the river. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else care to speak? I will not, I'm not going to be looking to close the public hearing on this item. Councilors, discussion on this? Councilor Vice President.
Just so you know that I'm a big supporter of Habitat for Humanity. In fact, I build houses in Slidell, Louisiana. Before I even heard from the public comment, I did have concerns over the fact, as I always do with 40Bs generally, the fact that this is a 2-acre zoned area, and the 40B overrides that, so there's 12 to 14 houses expected on this parcel. Each one of those houses will have its own Title V septic system, I assume. And we have just undergone several months of 208 training. It's the fact that we are going to have wastewater issues and do have wastewater issues, and they are only going to accelerate. And so we have to start thinking smart and planning smart. I know you're a nonprofit, but I think we have to start thinking about when we have a neighborhood that is that compact, we're going to have to think about having your own, what do they call them, package plants, or some other way of taking the load off of the water, the groundwater system. This is going to be true anywhere. It's not just this parcel. It's going to be true anywhere on the Cape. So I think before you go too far down this road, you're going to have to start thinking in terms of trying to make this much more mentally acceptable. That's my own opinion. I also have heard a couple of suggestions for postponement, and unless anybody else has a comment, I'd like to make that motion.
Council Cullum. It's Cushing.
Here. Should I just do that? I'm just kidding.
I'm going to be 5'4".
Just kidding, right? Yeah.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time. I have a couple questions for Mr. Council, if I could. So did this come before the CPC?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and so, because it's not, I'm sorry, it's not listed here on the summary the way that it is for the Centerville property that's going to be up for discussion next. So
Yes.
I'd like to understand what the vote was for
There
this.
were 8 members present, and the vote was 7-1.
Okay. When was that vote taken? Just out of curiosity.
It was taken at the last CPC meeting.
Okay, so it was recent.
Recent,
Okay.
yep.
So we've already heard, I think Councilor Kennedy put it very well about what we as a council have a responsibility for the town of Barnstable and ensuring that our water issues don't become bigger water issues, and we're all in the weeds on that. And I do share the concern about the septic issue and the close proximity to the wells. I'm also concerned that this is coming before the council with a request for CPC funding when the permits haven't been secured, because it seems to me that would then embargo this money from other items that might come through CPC and before the council as well. We've heard from people tonight. I have heard from other constituents as well. I'd like to make a motion to, if I may, unless I can hold.
Councilor Wallace.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to a public hearing
July.
July 9th
July 9th.
to our next meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Councilor Norman.
I mean, with the complexities of this, we're talking only, 2 weeks from now. I mean, this is something where, I personally have a problem with encumbering, another $500,000 of CPC funds for something that may not be fully vetted, fully permitted for 2 years. Add that to the cross street, and now we've got $1 million encumbered on our CPC money. So I understand the hardship of having to line up ducks and make sure, if we don't have a guarantee funding, and we expend money for engineering and the permitting process, what's to guarantee that we're going to come back and give it to you? I understand that. But there's a lot of unanswered questions in the plans that I've seen as far as density, wells versus town, calm water mains being brought up High River Road, the road being paved and brought up to town standards, and were those numbers factored into those? So that there's a lot more questions than I think are going to be answered, and I'd be happy to sit in on any, subcommittee or get together to start looking at this. But I think we should go maybe a lot farther than July 9th out. So that's my comment on that.
Would you like to revise your motion? Want to go to our second meeting in September,
Yeah, I'll revise my motion to go to the second meeting
which
of
is September
September
20.
20th meeting. Is there a second?
Second on that. Any further discussion?
I get a point of clarification. We have no knowledge of all the pieces of the puzzle, so we'll still be able to speak to it. You're extending the public meeting, everything, am I correct?
Yes, I did not close the public
Yes,
hearing on this
you-
item.
You made that clear. I just want to make sure that is also part of what we understand as we vote. Thank you.
Councilor Hubert.
Thank you, Madam President. If it was any other organization than Habitat, I would most probably share some of the concerns of my fellow councilors. I am the liaison between the council and the Housing Committee, and this was brought to the Housing Committee just this week, and we didn't have a quorum. It's not because of lack of good work from Councilor Norman that we just don't have enough members, and so we didn't have a quorum. But everyone who was in attendance was in agreement to support this habitat. They will continue to do due diligence, and correct me if I'm wrong, but time is of the essence whenever we talk about real estate. Secondly, that they will continue to investigate what is the best way to handle the wastewater there. We are in almost a crisis situation in terms of our affordable housing, and this is for families. We are desperate for this kind of housing that is truly affordable for our people in town of Barnstable, so that they want to keep going forward and be able, but without a sense of support on the CPC, I don't think that their project is going to work in terms of seriously looking at the concerns. There's nobody in the room any more concerned about our water conditions than myself, and certainly the members of this council. So I'd like to know how much a delay in a vote from us is going to affect the Habitat project.
Would you like to address that?
Can I take a step back and address some of the process as well? Is that these are very important questions, and these are questions that are part of our development process, and we work through, in part of our feasibility, we work with water departments, we work safety issues. 40B will allow us certain zoning waivers, no health waivers, no state health waivers, no safety waivers. We do not build in unsafe situations. And these are discussions that in general occur at the zoning board, which is the forum for those discussions. So for us to know it's a viable project going forward, and then we have a purchase and sale with a certain timeline and contingencies, and addressing all these questions gets us to closing. We don't close unless we've addressed them appropriately. In terms of stall and delay and
I believe I heard you say that you won't be closing on this purchase and sale until all the permits are in hand.
Exactly.
So this, you are really not time sensitive as far as the CPC items as far as going forward. It's part of the process. The money's having the monies in hand. The question is, can you wait for a decision from this council until September 20th?
It's having the commitment in hand that then allows us to go forward and put in $20,000, $30,000 worth of feasibility and research and permitting. So it's chicken and egg, and when we've done this, we've done it with the approval of the acquisition funding pending getting the permits and resolving these questions. So that's why we were hoping for a decision tonight.
Thank you. The question on the table right now is a continuance to the 20th. Any further discussion on that?
Can you clarify that, please? The motion on the table, I thought, was for September 2nd.
September 20th.
20th, okay, thank you.
The second meeting in September.
Second meeting, thank you.
All those in favor of postponing this item or continuing this item to September 20th? And all those opposed? So it's continued to the 20th of September. Now, may I have a motion to continue this meeting past 11 o'clock?
I believe that's a Sunday, September 20th.
Hmm.
We're not working on Sunday.
We're dedicated to that.
Okay, I'm going to revise that date to September 17th, our second meeting. Thank you, and the public hearing is continued as well. So may I have a motion and a second? It's been seconded to continue past 11. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Now, I have a question with regards to number 181. I know I have the parties in the room here, and I want to know if that's time sensitive as well.
Osage, yes, very.
No, I'm talking about number 181, and I think it's Mr. Sabat is here. Is this a time-sensitive issue? So if this is postponed until the 9th of July, is that going to put the acquisition in jeopardy?
Well, let me see. My warrant will expire in September under the current provisions of the probate court. So I'm a little unfamiliar with your process. So if you continue this to July 9th, I think there's a time delay before we can close with you. I think there's was my understanding. 30 days.
I'll get
Right?
counsel.
30
I think it's 30 days.
Is it 30 days?
Is that correct? Okay. Can you put your mic on, please?
I'm sorry, good evening. The purchase and sales agreement, one of the contingencies is that the town council appropriate the funds on or before July 10th. You have a meeting, I believe, on July 9th. So action by July 9th would be timely, in my opinion.
Okay, well, I know that we've got some CRs at the end of this meeting that are time sensitive. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to open and continue item 182 to our next meeting. Councilor Wallace, if you could read item 182. Number 182, please. Yeah, we'll act on 181 if you want.
Yep. Madam President, open for a public hearing. This is a roll call.
No,
vote.
I would like you to open and continue it to our meeting in July, please.
Open and continue to July 9th, 2015. Item number 2015-182, appropriation order of $100,000 community preservation funds for affordable housing on 1819 Old Stage Road, West Barnstable.
All those in favor of opening and continuing the public hearing on number 2015-182 as read. All those opposed. One opposition. Thank you very much. Councilor Wallace, if you would read 181, we'll act on that, please.
One more page, and I should have it. Okay, thank you. Madam President, this is a public hearing, a roll call vote. Item number 2015-181, appropriation order of $295,000 community preservation funds for the acquisition and creation of open space and recreation at 0 Sandy Neck, map 339, parcel 2, consisting of a parcel of 14 acres more or less. This is a roll call.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The parcel, Town of Barnstable was asking for approval from the Town Council for Community Preservation Act funding in the amount of $295,000 for the acquisition of a 14-acre parcel on the environmentally crucial Barrier Beach, Sandy Neck, to add to the town's already contiguous parcels on the neck. The town has entered into a purchase and sale agreement for the parcel, map 339, parcel 002. The parcel is located on Little Neck, close to Beach Point. It is comprised of an extensive dune system, front beach, and mud flats, which are home to a variety of wildlife and a large variety of shorebird species, including state and federally listed threatened piping plovers. The complex dune system provides storm damage protection by acting as the first line of defense for the cottage colony, Barnstable Harbor, and ultimately the mainlands of Barnstable and the Great Marsh. The Barnstable is used by town staff for land management and emergency response access to Little Neck and Beach Point. It is one of the few privately owned and undeveloped pieces of Sandy Neck and is the missing link in the protection of the entire Barrier Beach system. Prohibition of new Sandy Neck development is one of the strategies defined in the Town of Barnstable Comprehensive Plan of 2010. Additionally, the Town Council Strategic Plan for fiscal year 2015 states a goal to, quote, preserve and protect areas in town that are most significant as natural and historic resources for visual quality, outdoor recreation, public access, wildlife habitat, and cultural history. With me is Nina Coleman to give you a brief PowerPoint. This brief.
This one. This one.
Yeah, the right one does it.
All right. All right, good evening. Nina Coleman, Sandy Neck Park Manager. Thank you for taking this evening. As you know, Sandy Neck Beach Park is one of our most incredible resources here in the town of Barnstable. It's designated as an area of critical environmental concern. It's also on the National Registry of Historic Places, and the Nature Conservancy calls it one of the best barrier beach systems remaining on the North Atlantic coast. In addition, locally, the Town of Barnstable Comprehensive Plan notes as Sandy Neck as one of the town's most remarkable natural, cultural, and recreational areas, and one of the most often identified images of Cape Cod. So the parcel in question is out sort of between Little Neck and the Point. You can see on this map the private parts of Sandy Neck are hash marked, and you can see this is a bit of a missing link in terms of our contiguous open space and preservation. This is Little Neck, has grown quite a bit, as you can see there, and the Point and the parcel is located kind of in the middle of this photograph. It's 14 plus acres undeveloped wildlands, again located on Little Neck, north of the cottage colony, and it's comprised of dunes, beaches, and mud flats. Parcel number 6, as we're calling it, is home to endangered species, most notably our plovers and our terns. It's a wildlife corridor for, amongst other things, deer, coyote, fox, snowy owls. One of the favorite perches for our snowy owls in the winter is this parcel. And it's also a complex dune habitat that's host to an array of native plant species. It also is has high recreational value for boating, fishing, shell fishing, beach going, bird watching, etc. And it's economically important to the town for ecotourism, draws for the restaurants in our local West Barnstable area, hotels and shops. And this is actually a picture, not the owl, but the other picture of those boats are moored right in front of parcel number 6. Dunes, by definition, provide storm damage protection, and we are protecting our Great Marsh and Barnstable Harbor area with an intact dune system. And that is an actual photograph of parcel number 6 looking from the lighthouse. Historically, it provides the historic scenic vista. It's the backdrop to the cottage colony. It has remained obviously undeveloped for as long as Sandy Neck has been as long as she has. And historically and culturally, it's an important parcel. Archaeologically, there's evidence of the whaling era and the fishing weirs of the 19th century. And again, these are pictures of the actual parcel. And just to finish, this is a picture from Sandy Neck Lighthouse looking out towards the parcel. It's a historic backdrop to our lighthouse. It's an incredible parcel, and it really is important to protect this parcel in perpetuity from any sort of development or activity out there. And I thank you for your time this evening. I know it's late.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item, come on up.
Jackie Barton, Barnstable Land Trust. Knowing that this was coming up this evening, the Board of Directors of the Barnstable Land Trust voted yesterday to support this acquisition and to offer us as the repository for the conservation restriction should you purchase the land with CPC funds. For me, I think that having done this work for 30 years in the town of Barnstable, there's not a more precious asset in the town of Barnstable than Sandy Neck. This particular piece of property, while some may argue that it's expensive now, acquisition now will be priceless for the future. If you, on the other hand, were to reject it, I dare say we would probably spend more time and money as a community trying to fight a developer in the future who would then try to build something on this, because they are, after all, only regulations, and regulations are constantly changing. Look at what's happening with wastewater. So I urge you and encourage you to support this. It's a small price to pay to protect Sandy Neck for the future.
Thank you very much. Anyone else care to speak? I will say, too, that we've received many letters of support of this item.
Good evening. My name is Tom O'Neill, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Sandy Neck Board. I think at this point it's going to be an exclamation point rather than anything in too much detail, because everything that needs to be said has been said already by Nina and others. And also thank you, Ann, for your letter to the Barnstable Patriot. You know, I think we've all heard and know about the beauty on Sandy Neck and its importance from a resource standpoint. And I guess we discussed this at our recent board meeting, and I guess I'd have to describe the discussion in some respects as a little bit of disbelief that it could not be purchased and protected. But I think there are two dimensions to this. One is the purchase of it, and the other is ensuring that the proper protection is placed on the property, you know, once through that purchase process, because simply purchasing it does not necessarily accomplish the level of protection that we as a board feel is required for this type of property. You know, we know, while a lot of people have called this a no-brainer, we also know that, you know, we just sat through I sat through more hours of budget discussion than I cared to, but we all know that you have a lot of decisions to make that relate to how the taxpayers' money is spent, and we know that's not easy. But as a board, our job is to you know, think strategically about the resource that we work with, and to give you our recommendation. And actually on the board is probably, I don't know, certainly over 50, maybe close to 100 years of experience with Sandy Neck. I'm the rookie on the board, but we do spend a lot of time on the board, and it's come up tonight with respect to protection of the beaches in terms of natural disasters. And as Nina said, it's a bit of a guessing game because, you know, no one can predict what's going to happen. Dealing with uncertainty is very difficult. But this is a case where we can be certain, where we can take, you know, action as a town to protect this property and to take the temptation of development off the table once and for all, and not have to deal with it in the future. Just a quick story. I grew up in New Jersey, and some of you may know this story, but I grew up near what they call the Great Swamp, which is a 10,000-acre marsh in New Jersey. Phenomenal resource. I've spent a lot of time kayaking and bicycling through it over the years. Well, you know, nobody ever thought anyone could do anything with the Great Swamp. I mean, it was 10,000 acres of unbuildable property. However, in 1959, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey decided this would be a really good place to put an airport. And they had proposed to put a 10,000-acre airport, which, by the way, would have been bigger than JFK, in this Great Swamp area. Now, ultimately, it was defeated through some clever work, and ultimately that property was designated a federal refuge. And in fact, I think it was one of the first ones so named east of the Mississippi. But I guess it's not meant to be a parallel to this situation, but I guess the point I'm making is, you know, assuming or thinking or believing that something can't be developed is you know, we felt as a board is naive. In today's world, good lawyers, changes of town councils, changes of conservation commissions, next thing you know, there's a foot in the door and things start to happen. So our recommendation as a board was unanimous, that we support the purchase of the land and the protection of this land to its fullest extent for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Anyone else?
Chris Clark, West Barnstable. Although this proposal did not come before the Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee for evaluation and vote, I'm sure that it would have gotten our committee's support, as this proposal meets our criteria for open space purchases. Sandy Neck is an iconic Cape Cod place, and it's the image that represents this side of from sea to shining sea. So I heartily request that you support this purchase with CPC funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, everyone. I've got something.
You just hand it to the clerk, please. State your name, please.
I'm Bill Carey. Can you hear me? I'm Bill Carey. I live in Comaquid. I am also a resident at Sandy Neck, and I'm also on the Sandy Neck committee. But what I wanted to talk about is, first of all, I'm completely for the idea of the town purchasing the property and taking it into conservation, and having conservation restrictions on it. However, I want to make you aware of something as a resident out at Sandy Neck and in the cottage colony area. As you can see from the picture, you'll note that there's a lot of paths, and what you're looking at right there are roads, but in fact there are also footpaths, and those footpaths have been used for a very long time, for generations, by the Sandy Neck cottage owners. And so if you know where the cottage colony is situated, out behind the cottages is this series of paths. And the cottage colony residents have been using those paths in order to get to the back beach, what we call the back beach. And that's important for bathing and beach walking and that sort of thing. So it's been traveled for quite some time. The reason why I'm bringing it up and the concern that I have is on the plot plan that I was looking at. It does not show that path going from the cottage colony directly back to the beach area. And I want it known to everybody that there is a right-of-way that exists that's been used for a very long period of time, and that I want to make sure that with conservation restrictions placed, which is important for preservation of the property, the Lot 6, that it also be noted that there is a footpath that is often used and has been continuously used for generations. I've lived out there for 40 years, and I've used it myself for 40 years, greater than 40 years. So I think somehow you need to acknowledge that and be aware of that. And it also travels over directly from the cottage colony right straight back to the beach area. So I guess what I'd like to ask of you is that you acknowledge that that exists in whatever negotiations, purchase and sale agreements, whatever it is that you're doing, that somehow that path be noted and acknowledged for our benefit. The question that I have is the comment I'll make is that I would not like to see a sign out there that says erosion control, stay off, or another sign that says you'll be fined for trespassing over this property because of conservation issues. So I want everybody to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? May I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that's unanimous. Councilor discussion. Councilor Norman.
Yes, maybe we could hear from Lindsay or town attorney. If a property is purchased with CPC money, isn't it inherent in the law that it has to have full access? Or do we need to make sure that Mr. Carey's concerns are actually added into the deed? Because I know in prior times that there was fences or something on CPC purchased land, the fences had to be removed because they're mandated that there has to be public access.
No, not under every circumstance would there have to be public access. If a property was purchased for, pure open space, strictly for preservation purposes, access could be limited or perhaps even excluded. I think it was your second question about fences?
Well, I just want to make sure that Mr. Carey's concerns are addressed. If there is, as he says, and it looked in the pictures, existing footpaths, that those are kept open and that there aren't any restrictions that will cut off the the cottage colony from being able to access this area, or anybody. I mean, that's the argument I'm hearing. That's why we should purchase it, is for conservation and for people to be able to enjoy it and use it. And I want to make sure that we're not putting any roadblocks to that.
Well, I may have misunderstood him, but my understanding of Mr. Carey's comments were that there are existing private rights on the property. And if, in negotiating, in placing a conservation restriction on, I mean, that would be taken into consideration, but, the existence of those rights, I think, would have to be more fulsomely established. At least that'd be my recommendation.
Great, thank you.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, the public comment's closed.
I'm sorry, Attorney Houghton, could you come back for me? And we have Attorney Sabat, who represents the seller. So, first of all, I'd like to know, has anybody in running the deed found rights? Do we believe there's a case for adverse possession? Do we need to discuss whether we take this with conservation or
Point of information.
or sports?
Attorney Sabat does not represent the sellers. He's actually assigned by the court as a trustee.
Well, he actually is the seller.
Yeah, he is.
I guess I'm right on that one, huh?
Yeah. No.
That's what it means when you get the court appointment. But no, I'm sorry, we're not going to digress. So we have all those issues right in front of us is what I'm asking about. So have we seen anything in the title? Do we know of any rights? Have we had any discussion with anyone about adverse possessions? And then the different types of options to buy it with CPC funds may need to obviously coexist with all of the uses that are out there now. We have ownership on either side of it, and to change a titled right because it's CPC funds out of conservation versus athletic versus whatever, we really, or versus general fund, really has to be addressed here to have a cohesive piece of property.
We have not seen the title. We have a contingency to do the title. I would also want to further inquire, since this is a commissioner's sale of a partition, notice goes out to the world for anybody to make a claim, and a party needs to appear and submit any claim. There's also there's a 54% owner's unknown interest, which is represented by a guardian ad litem who would ultimately have to assent to the final sale, and the unknown owner's interest would pass or be eliminated in any deed through a commissioner to the town. So certainly there's some work that needs to be done, but we have a contingency so that we can perform that exercise. As far as anybody's rights of adverse possession, it's very fact intensive. We perhaps the cottage owners would meet with us and lay out some of their case or lay their case out, and we could make a judgment accordingly.
Well, obviously, as we determine a value to pay, even though it's been negotiated to this level, it needs to be clear in my mind to determine the value of the title we're going to receive at the time of the closing. So how do we get all these things going and make everybody happy by July 10th or whatever the cutoff was?
Well, the title would be through a commissioner's deed, and that's recognized.
That will wipe out the owner's unknown?
It wipes out the owner's unknown. That's a recognized, approved in the conveyancer's standards.
Okay.
A commissioner's
and
deed.
then the rights of whether anybody has any right to travel over it currently?
I mean, that I'd want to look into a little more closely to see if, in fact, a commissioner's deed eliminates those rights as well. I mean, adverse possession, again, is fact specific. So a party claiming adverse possession might not necessarily be part of a partition.
Yes, but as you know, I would like to own the property. I want to buy the property. I'm excited the town has this opportunity, but we need to know why we're paying what we're paying, and if every time we need to make a decision on that property, do we have to go back and seek relief from 27 families who have rights in the property? So for me, I certainly need to know who is our business partner in this real estate exchange.
Well, I think it would certainly be our advice that we get it clean if we're, if we're going to get it, if we get it. And I don't know that we can answer all those questions right here tonight.
What would happen if we continue to July 9th?
Well, I mean, that will give us a further opportunity to, look into this and evaluate it further.
Madam President, I'd make a
Would,
motion.
would Mr. Sabbath like to?
I think that, for the record, Charles Sabat, and to clarify what my position is, Mr. Wallace was somewhat correct. I was appointed by the court as a commissioner, and so I am, in fact, the seller. And so Mr. Crocker is also partially correct when he says I represent the seller. I am, in fact, the seller. I don't have clients in this transaction. There are interests, however. There are people that have various fractional interests in this real estate. And Mr. Houghton, I agree with him that if once a deed is delivered to the town, any interests of any unknown individuals are eliminated. And those interests of the unknown individuals are in fact represented. Counsel's been appointed for them, and so in effect they're represented in the case in the background that leads to my appointment. In the course of being appointed, I had no reason to, nor do I have a back title to the property. So I don't know of any express rights, which is what one of the rights that people could have running south to north across this piece. The plan does show fragments of a footpath that runs north to south across the property. If there are rights, my educated guess would be that they are in the nature of easement by prescription. People have said adverse possession. The concept is a little different. Easement by prescription might give them some rights. That depends upon their use, and I think Attorney Houghton's right. That's fact-laden, and it would not be a matter of record. Whether they have rights, they would have to establish those in some other way. But once the title is completed, we'll know whether or not anyone has an express right across that piece. Where the interests are fragmented and there are owners unknown, it would be difficult for me to conceive of an easement that would have been granted by anyone having the authority to do that. Because if I have 100% interest in my land, I can give you an easement in it. If I have a 10% interest in my land and I give you an easement, that's of no value. You need the other 90% in order to have an effective title. So even if there is an easement out there, unless it was signed by everyone, even those that are unknown at this point, it would be of somewhat probably ineffective in any event. So I don't know whether that answers your question or not. I don't know of any express rights. My guess is if there are rights, they're what we call prescriptive rights that would have to be established through some kind of litigation, effectively.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice President Kennedy.
I'd just like to clarify something myself. In the construction of the conservation restriction, would not, and I think Mr. Norman touched on this, public access is important to all of us up here. And so I would imagine any CR on this property would include public access. So Mr. Carey and others are part of the public. They are actually abutters to the property. So wouldn't they have access rights if we so grant them in the CR as normal members of the public? And I look at the trail system, and it's quite obvious where the trails are. They do shift a little bit because sand shifts, but that's basically where it is. I think we can construct the CR to say whatever we want. I mean, we can't give people rights they don't have. But as members of the public who happen to be abutters, I would imagine they would have right to cross over the property like anybody else. So, am I wrong on that assumption? Pardon me?
I don't believe Mr. Carey has, abuts this actual parcel, does he? I don't believe he does. If he's a cottage owner, he does not have direct abutting. No, I don't need to speak to you.
But
But the plan I saw showed lots 1 through 5, and those were at the northern portion of parcel 6, and the cottages are south of those 1 through 5. So they would have to cross through 1 through 5 and 5A and B in order to get to 6. I think that's the way I read the plans.
Couldn't the easement be
Sorry,
negotiated
I don't
with
wa-
those people?
Yeah, and perhaps that's who you'd negotiate the easement with, is the 1 through 5, the owners known in this whole piece of land. But I don't want to get into that. You know, we've got an item with regards to CPC and whether or not we're going to purchase this property, and I'd like to keep on track. And I know it's late at night, but Councilor Chirgotis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just to speak to Councilor Crocker's issue, what he's talking about is if we don't have the title, so we don't know whether there are uses on this property to which our purchase would be subject. I think that's what he was talking about. So you really need to see the title so that you know what you're buying. With regard to prescriptive, I mean, we've heard somebody said he's got continuous use for 40 years. I mean, that starts thinking in that direction. But what I was thinking about is, and first of all, let me say that I am fully in favor of the acquisition of waterfront ocean property that allows citizens of the towns of Barnstable to have access to the water. You know, and if we were to purchase this, I would suggest that we have public access. We can do that. We can make the rights to this property whatever we want them to be. But what I'm concerned about is the price. I don't know how we got to the price. I know that there is a price, but I've never seen an appraisal. I don't know whether there is an appraisal ever been done. And I'd like to know how we got to the price.
Any other councilors? Oh, wait a minute, before Mr. Crocker, any new councilors want to weigh in? Councilor Jim Crocker.
Well, my questions aren't changed, Madam President. In all honesty, my questions aren't answered. So what we're trying to do is identify the title we're receiving so we can agree that we want to pay this price for it. So I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we really shouldn't go beyond that point until we answer that point. So if any one of you 13 want to tell me what the title is, I'll take that as gospel. But since neither of the attorneys did, we don't know what the title is. And if you don't know what the title is, you don't know what you're buying, you don't know what it's worth. So let's get back to basics on real estate here, folks. We need to see the title. We've got a deal coming up July 10th. We got a meeting July 9th. All I'm asking is let's push it forward, make sure we think 295 is great. If it's 295 and no one's on it, I love this deal. If it's 295 and 14 people have rights with us and we can't put up a barrier fence, I hate the deal. So, you know, you need to know what you're buying.
Are you making a motion then?
Yes, I'd like to continue the process to July 9th and have some resolve from legal as to what the title looks like and what we're buying.
Is any further discussion on that?
Could I amend that too to make sure that we know what the suggestion is on whose funds? Is it recreational funds? Is it conservation funds? Or is it general funds? I know it says CPC, but to work in unison with all the other real estate we own out there, we need to have a light type of ownership in my mind. So I also, secondly, would ask for a recommendation of how to hold title so that we know whether we're going to vote recreational CPC or whether we're going to vote conservation or whether there's a CR or whether we're going to own it with our general fund money.
May I
Any
speak
further
to that?
discussion? Yeah.
If we purchase it with CPC money, it will be in the open space designation, but it will probably come out of the undesignated funds since there's only 10% for open space, 10% affordable, 10% historic, and I believe the open space is pretty much expended with land bank money. So it would come out of the undesignated funds. Lindsay, please weigh in if I'm incorrect.
It was determined this would be purchased with open space funds by the committee. so-
Okay, good. That's even better. So the CPC is part of the town. Therefore, the town would own this property. And the town would own this property, Jimmy. I don't even know how you can get anywhere else on that. The conservation restriction has to be held by another entity, and that has to be worked out. Because the town cannot hold its own conservation restriction. I don't know why you're looking like that.
I want to keep us focused on the motion is to continue this to
But I
to
have to,
July
because he's
9th.
asking for a question that there's a ready answer. And the town manager manages the property, so he can delegate the management responsibility to conservation if he wants to. I would suggest natural resources, since they already manage the property. But am I not correct on that? That the manager would be able to delegate the responsibility for management to any department? So I think that answers your question, Jimmy. I'm not sure.
It doesn't answer my question. I have a motion on the floor to extend it to the 9th with 2 requests for information. What's the title look like, and what's the recommendation for the type of funding? Those are the only 2 things I'm asking. It's simple, and I hope everybody can see what I'm trying to solve for a problem before we purchase real estate. Thank you.
Can I, and I know that's been seconded, and we're discussing this, and I just want a clarification from our legal department. Is that going to be able to be answered by July 9th?
The purchase and sales agreement, as really all purchase and sale agreements provide, is that the closing is contingent upon the title. And if the title's not good, the closing doesn't take place. In this circumstance, we'll make every effort to get the title done before July 9th and be able to report that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, we've had somebody step forward and claim they got rights. Now, everything changes. We need to know. That's all. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the continuance of this? All those, absolutely.
So we're voting now on a motion duly made and seconded to continue to July 9th with 2 requests. What does the title look like?
You better put your mic on.
Sorry. All right. A motion was made and duly seconded to continue to July 9th with 2 requests. We want a title search done first and a recommendation of,
From management as to the type of money to be expended for like purposes and for planning on the entire peninsula.
thank you.
All those in favor of continuing this item to July 9th? And all those opposed? To opposition. So this is continued to July 9th. Thank you. It is getting late. I'd like to have Councilor Hebert read item 2015-183 and continue that to our July 9th meeting, please.
Thank you, Madam President.
Page 183.
Yep. Page 35, right? Yep. Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Can you be quick?
It's just a grant acceptance.
Okay, well, why don't you read that in? We'll act upon this. Go ahead.
May be acted, new business may be acted upon. Item 2015-183, acceptance of a grant of $1,300 for the Barnstable Senior Services Division from the from the Gale Fund to support lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, LGBT programming at the Barnstable Senior Center.
Sir,
as read.
Thank you.
Good evening, and I am excited to share this news with you. I know it's been a long night, so I'll be very brief. We were recently awarded $1,300 in funding from the GALE Fund, the Gay and Lesbian Equity Fund. These funds will be used to develop programming specifically targeted to the LGBT aging population. As we all know, they're one of the most marginalized groups in our society, and they have suffered a lifetime of discrimination, multiple disparities, including health and economic. And our goal is really to, at the Senior Centre, always to provide a welcoming and inclusive environment. And we think that by offering opportunities for social engagement and support for LGBT elders, we will provide, services to a broader sector of our community. And in preparation for this, we actually recently hosted a cultural competency training for the staff and our board members. And it was hosted by the executive director of the LGBT Aging Project in Boston. It really gave this, all of us a deeper sense of awareness of the unique needs. Many of aging LGBT people, didn't have children. They don't have a lot of social supports or family supports in place. So we want to make sure that we're being responsive and as best as we can. So,
Thank you, Maddie. Any council questions? Is there a second? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. And just note that Vice President Kennedy's off the dais.
Great.
This is item 2015-183, acceptance of a grant of $1,300 to the Barnstable Senior Services Division from the GALE Fund to support lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, LGBT programming at the Barnstable Senior Center. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to commend my assistant director, Donna Burns, who wrote the grant. And I know it's been a late night, but if any of you wake up in the mood to party tomorrow, I would invite you to join us. We're having our annual open house at the Senior Center from 12 to 2. We'll be presenting some awards. We have some wonderful entertainment, intergenerational. The middle school students are coming over, and we'll have hot dogs and ice cream. So I hope to see you all there.
Thank you.
Across the street for a hot dog.
Okay. Councilor Jim Crocker, if you'd read item 184, please.
Yeah. 184, Madam President, it's may be acted upon. 2015-184 approval of the amendment and restating the conservation restriction between Peter A. Walter, the grantor, and the Barnstable Land Trust, Inc., grantee, as written.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for persevering and hearing us this evening. Rather than read everything that's here, I'm going to do the down and dirty on this, and that is that in 2000, the Barnstable Town Council then approved a conservation restriction on this 8.84 acre property. The property has since changed hands, and in the process of redeveloping this land, they identified a beautiful grove of oak trees that they did not want to destroy. They didn't want to destroy a single one of these huge oak trees. I wish we had taken a picture of them to show you. And so they moved the house a little bit to the east. And in moving the house a little bit to the east, it moved everything else that went with the house a little bit to the east, the bottom line of which is in order to be able to put a fence around the swimming pool, which is required by insurance, they had to ask for permission to put a fence, which is not allowed in the conservation restriction, within the restricted area. We like to work with people. We like to be as flexible as we can. In order to amend the conservation restriction, it has to come back to you for approval. It has to go back to the state for approval. And the state requires that more land be protected if there's to be an amendment to the restriction. So the bottom line is this is all about putting a fence within the restricted area, and more land is being protected in the long run, land that helps to protect the resources that are there, specifically the wetland. The people did an incredible job of redeveloping this land. Councillor Crocker was out on the land to see the job that was done, and it's a pretty simple. But the goal was to be flexible with the landowners who bought the land and have spent a lot of money rebuilding an absolutely beautiful house on the property.
Thank you. Councilor, discussion on this item.
Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. This is item 2015-184, approval of amended and restated conservation restriction between Peter A. Walter, the grantor, and the Barnstable Land Trust, Inc., grantee. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Vice President Kennedy, if you'd read the next one, please. On page 40.
This may be acted upon. I move 2015-185, approval of a conservation restriction from Robert Michelli and Jane Michelli, grantors, to the Barnstable Land Trust grantee, as written.
Thank you.
Again, I won't read through everything. This piece of property falls within the zone of contribution to the Katuitt Wellfield, and as Casey Danhauser said earlier during public comment, it was one of the properties that was identified as important to protect. It's marginally developable land, but identified with enough upland that a second lot could be created if access could be acquired. The land is along Route 28. There's a wetland there. It's an unusual wetland, part of a quaking bog. There's also rare species, the winter moth, here. So it's an important piece of property for environmental reasons, for scenic reasons, et cetera. And the Masellis have come forward and are donating this conservation restriction.
Thank you. Councilor discussion. Winter moths are a rare species?
Oh, did I say winter moth? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, good, because
The
we want to
water-
eradicate
it's the
winter.
water. Oh, jeez, it is late. The water willow borer.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
was going to recommend Agent Orange.
Thank you.
Duh.
Any councilor discussion on this? Anyone? Is there a second? All those in favor of moving the question? And that's unanimous. Thank you. This is item 2015-185, approval of a conservation restriction from Robert J. Maselli and Jane Maselli, grantor, to the Barnstable Land Trust, Inc., grantee. All those in favor of this item? That's unanimous. Thank you. Vice President Cannon, if you'd read 186, please.
This may also be acted upon. I move 2015-186, approval of a conservation restriction from Native Land Conservancy, grantor, to Barnstable Land Trust grantee, as written.
Okay, so the Native Lands Conservancy is a new nonprofit organization working throughout southeastern Massachusetts to help protect lands. And this is their first potential gift from Norman Hayes. When the land is protected, they also want to make sure that there's a conservation restriction on it. And so they have come to the Barnstable Land Trust asking us to hold it. We were happy to offer to hold that conservation restriction. Mark Robinson, who's with me here this evening from the Compact of Cape Cod Conservation Trust, has been working with the Native Lands Conservancy to help accommodate that. So he's got some pictures up there on how beautiful the land is. It's up not too far from where the Chamber of Commerce building is, offshoot Flying Hill Road. And it too is in a zone of contribution to the public water supply and helps to protect historic stone walls and areas. These are areas where long lots where there was a lot of forestry and the taking of wood for consumption. So bottom line is a beautiful piece of property, opportunity to again preserve the land at no cost to the town. The annual taxes are $727.
Thank you. Councilor discussion on this? Vice President Kennedy.
Were you here during public comment?
I was not here, but I watched it on TV.
Okay. There was a member of the public who is also a Wampanoag tribal member who did come up to public comment and requested a postponement. The reason was that she felt that the tribal members had not been fully informed of this Native Conservancy. So what I'm asking you is, if I did a motion for postponement, would that create an issue, a time issue, with you on this CR?
This property is the subject of a tax credit for Norman Hayes, and so there is some time sensitivity. I'm going to let Mark handle the question because he's been working with the state on the tax credits.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark Robinson, the Executive Director of the Compact of Cape Cod Conservation Trusts. This is a request for a conservation restriction that is required by the state tax credit program. Mr. Hayes is donating the land outright to the Native Land Conservancy in order to claim the tax credit that he's entitled to, a conservation restriction has to be conveyed as well. And so the Barnstable Land Trust would be the logical holder of that conservation restriction. The personally, I think that this is a conservation restriction that's just in line with any other conservation restriction. Not everybody approves of every conservation restriction, but there's a lot of support for this. I think it's something that the town should be very proud of, and I hope that you can act on it tonight.
I think my question was whether there was a time-sensitive issue.
Mr. Hayes would like to donate this land before the end of the fiscal year, the town fiscal year.
Which is 7 days or so, yeah.
Any other council questions? May I have a...
Could I get a clarification on that? I'm sorry, Madam
Mhm.
President. If it's for his taxes aren't fiscal, his taxes are annual.
There are two drivers here. One is the property tax fiscal year, and the other is the state tax credit.
I guess if
The-
he's
the le-
donating it, I've been involved with donating land and getting a tax credit. You take it on the year you give it. And her question was, would we delay it? Will you have another quarterly payment because it goes into July? The answer is yes. Would you still get the tax credit in 15? The answer is yes, too,
Yes.
though, as long as it's done in 2/15.
But
So what he's saying is, if it's done by July, he won't make a quarterly payment to the town. If it's done after July, he has to make a quarterly payment like anyone else.
It's not a question of paying the property tax.
Well, his only tax benefit is against his income.
I'm sorry, it's so late at night. I'm very confused here myself.
I get this, though, so just so you know.
Personally, I don't see any reason to postpone this.
No, I agree with
this.
I
vote.
hear that position, but she asked a
And,
different
and the
question.
end of the fiscal year is at the end of June. We were trying to get this done by the end of June for fiscal year purposes.
Sure.
The state tax credit runs with the calendar year. That's correct.
That's correct. So, no, it doesn't affect his taxes.
There's a difference between a tax deduction and a tax credit. The tax credit is time sensitive because they have a long waiting list, and so they're anxious to keep these projects moving. We have a deadline right now. If it's postponed for whatever reason, we have to ask for an extension on that, which may or may not be granted.
Councilor
Sorry,
Collins?
yeah, what is the deadline?
Do you know what the current date is?
June 30th. For the state tax credit, we would have to ask for another extension.
Any other council questions? Councilor Steinhilber.
I mean, we're obviously talking about a couple of weeks, but I just kind of pointing out, it just seems to be a theme. There's always these last minute things where there's no time to get information, and that's just really troubling. It's happened over and over again, and I want to point out, I just have a problem with that happening all the time.
Well, and I don't mean to be snippy or anything like that, but this has been in the council's, if you will, on the radar for a while, and you guys have been so busy that we have waited, the Walters things, we waited since 2013. Again, not your issue at all, but our goal is to try to bring them when it's convenient for you, more than it is necessarily convenient or time, and in some cases it creates that time sensitivity. So we apologize. We try to get them to you as soon as we can, but like any real estate deal, one thing happens after the other, and in this case, yeah.
Council questions. Councilor Hubert.
So, the presentation from the tribe tonight, members of the Tales of Cape Cod, their issue is that some of the tribe didn't weigh in on this, and so I'm a little confused at why there would be a negativity on the part of the Tales of Cape Cod if this is preservation of Native American land.
Madam President, the Native Land Conservancy is not affiliated with the Tribal Council. It's not affiliated with the Tales of Cape Cod. It's a separate 501c3 nonprofit organization, just like the Barnstable Land Trust is. If there are some personal issues involved with people who are not representing the tribal government who have approached this item, it has nothing to do with the issues that you're raising. This is a 501c3 recognized tax-exempt conservation organization, just like any of the other groups that I work with and have worked with for 30 years on the Cape.
Any other councilor questions? Councilor Cullum.
Move the question.
There's,
Point of clarification, do we have a motion to postpone? Is that what we're moving?
I haven't heard a motion to postpone. No. So all those in favor of moving the question? Okay, this is item 2015-186. Approval of a conservation restriction from Native Land Conservancy, Inc., grantor to the Barnstable Land Trust, Inc., grantee. All those in favor of this item? And all those opposed? 4 in opposition,
Abstaining.
and 1 abstention.
Do the math.
Could you say, because it is late, all those in favor of this item?
No one change.
That's 7 in favor. That carries. And I believe there's 3 noes and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you.
That ends the orders of the day. Our next meeting is July 9th. I want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day and a happy 4th of July. And I also want to make the announcement that I've heard that the Barnstable High School boys tennis are now the state champions. So motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Yes.